lap. So, guys, welcome to Wind Dancer Media's Fireside Chat. It's open chat tonight, guys. We can talk about whatever you like. All of my menus and promotions. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Sorry, I've got the chat on my other phone. Um, but yeah, we can talk about whatever you like. Open mic. Go tell your friends, your neighbors, in-laws, outlaws. Get in the stream. The more, the merrier. The better it's gonna be, guys. We've had no weather in Arkansas. It's been, they've been forecasting rain for like the last 4 days. Haven't seen a drop. So things are pretty slow. Things are going to be slow. Um, so we really can talk about a whole lot. We've got some things coming up. For us personally, we are getting our light bar finally installed. I actually hooked it up to a battery today, and that thing is bright in the daytime. I can only imagine what it's going to look like at night. Probably light the world up. Um, but we'll have that installed probably next week, um, or whenever we get it done. There goes Rose by the fire. She's on the backside there. Uh, we do have the Paris Storm Festival in July. We'll be up there July 11th. Um, we will be driving up there. I know I'll be doing a live stream up there. We'll do like a driving vibe type thing. It's a 13-hour drive. We're going to leave that night or sometime that afternoon, get up to our motel, crash out, go run around a little bit, get our bearings, and then we'll be all day at the event. I've got to find out if there's going to be any music, because if there's music, I won't be able to live stream it. I could possibly be able to live stream, just set up the camera out there, and whoever comes in, and all of that all day. Um, I am part of a guest panel of storm chasers. So if you know anybody that's up there, tickets are on sale. They've just got some more storm chasers going to be up there. I have not found out who it's going to be yet, but they just got some more storm chasers to go up there, which I think is awesome. I know uh, there's going to be a bunch that I know, and I've been in their streams, um, and so a bunch of smaller folks. PA Storm Trackers is putting that on, and I want to give them a shout out in that. That's what we've got going on. I swear, as God is my witness, if there are any clouds, I'll say it, clouds in the sky on my next day off, I'm probably going to go chase clouds, because we have literally no rain coming in. Um, they everything that it says it's going to go big hasn't gone big. I mean, today it was supposed to rain today. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. It's not looking like it's going to even happen. Um, you know, so whatever you guys want to talk about, jump in the chat, say hey, tell me where you're tuning in from, and we'll get this rolling. Hey, Dylan, good to have you, buddy. So we're just chilling right now, guys. I've got my coffee, I've got my Mountain Dew, got everything set up. Hopefully the phone won't overheat. It shouldn't. Uh, so we should be good. It's like 80. It's only 70 degrees out. Got a good fire. I've been having a fire all day. Been kind of cleaning up the yard a little bit, trying to burn some of this stuff up. But yeah, we've been kind of busy. We got some, like I said, we've got some stuff coming up. Next big, uh, got some fun stuff coming ahead up in July. So June, I have vacation day, and I have a weekend in June. I'm going to be taking vacation. So if anything pops up around us, we may get a chase in. We'll see what happens. Probably not. Probably not going to happen around for us. Um, ah, no problem, Dylan. I get you. I got to be at work at 10 o'clock myself, so it's gonna be a weird day. Memorial weekend is always busy. Summer starting, da 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 da. But I want to say thank you to all the service members, first and foremost, that gave their lives for this amazing country that we live in. They literally paid the ultimate price. That is why we have Memorial Day. Memorial Day, not necessarily the weekend, but Memorial Day. Um, if you get the opportunity, find a memorial service for the veterans and that. Um, they're quite sombering. Uh, hey, mouth. Unless you're gonna go bite it. Hey, shush. That was Holly speaking her mind. Um, but yes, thank you to all the veterans that gave their lives. I hate saying happy memorial because it's not happy. It is actually meant to be somber and reflective and giving thanks to those that paid the ultimate price. Um, you know, from wars past to present day. So if your family has been involved and or somebody, my prayers are with those folks. Like I said, not much is going on here in Arkansas. It's been hot. It's been sort of humid. We had a few drizzly raindrops the other day, and it took me a while to get the fire going because stuff is still soaked. I mean, it's not bad. The mosquitoes are out pretty dang bad, but other than that, man, ain't nothing going on weather-wise anywhere. I mean, you might be up in the Elaine, 15 months. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you for being a member for 15 months of Cowboy Cha Cha. Thank you so much. Guys, let me tell you something. Memberships, the gifts, they really do help, and they're going to help in the days ahead with gas prices and that. Guys, if you want any to Pennsylvania, um, feel free to use PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. I don't usually ever ask for money, but guys, I'm gonna start asking for money a little bit more because that's a big trip, and gas prices are $4 a gallon down here. I know they're going to be higher. But I appreciate everybody's support for the channel. I've been really kind of contemplating on fireside chats and haven't really felt it. And, because I never really have a game plan. I don't, I go into these things, I never know what I'm going to talk about. I leave it up to the chat. So, guys, whatever you guys want to talk about, pop it in there and we will definitely talk about it. Going on. I mean, we've got things going on in our nation that I don't even know where to begin. What's going on? Um, we had a death in the NASCAR family, totally unexpected. That caught a bunch of folks by surprise. I once was in NASCAR, watched it religiously every Sunday, could tell you who was what and who was doing what and where they were going and all of that. I since kind of given it up. Um, but my prayers are with the Bush family across the board and NASCAR fans because it's they got a big following and always have been. Um, yeah, I mean it was all of a sudden it's crazy and it's very ironic and I always look at people like that and you know somehow some way their last words are always caught on or recorded or noted. In his last words, he says, something of the effect of respect what you're doing because you never know when the last one's going to be. A week later, he's gone. So, but what a legacy that guy um, has left for the community. Yeah, hey, Anita. Got to watch the emojis. I do have them set for 4. You are allowed 4 emojis. That is actually to keep the stream down from being spammed. Streamlabs is going to pop you. Sorry about that. I can't help that. Um, But there is a lot of shenanigans going on in our world. I don't like to get into politics a whole lot. I can. I'm not very good at it. I know what I see and what I read and all of that. Um, but I really think, um, as far as the politics side goes, I think we need to take a step back and really, as a nation, really need to figure out what's going on, man. Um, I wouldn't say exactly that we're tanking, but it sure feels like it. I know that people are struggling out there. I'm struggling, guys. I'm not that far from losing a lot of stuff. I'm not even going to lie about it. Um, and we need to come together, and we need to realize what's really going on in that. Um, it's our 250th birthday this year. The fireworks are already going off. The fireworks stands are already popping them off. We probably will hear some at some point tonight. Um, but I hope that people are very. Oh man, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a firefly back there. Oh, how cool was that? Um, so I am live. I'm outside my front yard. That is a real fire. This is Fireside Chat. Yeah, yeah, I mean, what a legacy. I saw something today that just it always breaks my heart when I get on social media and I see the memorials start popping up, and somebody made a memorial today of his son, and the car's going off into the gates, and he says, "Don't worry, Dad, I got this." And I mean, it's rough because he did leave a family behind, and you know Oh my gosh, Elaine, I wished you would have got a hold of me. We would have definitely been down there supporting. I really would have. I would have been down there today if I'd known. No, I totally get it. I mean, we're all struggling, guys. You can look at some storm chasers. I mean, storm chasers are even struggling with the prices. The little guys. You're gonna start seeing a lot of storm chasers tailing off. Yeah, I mean, it is expensive, and I totally understand, where it's at. We've been saving our money. We've got a, a Pennsylvania festival fund going, guys. I'm going to tell you, if anybody or anybody in the Pennsylvania area of Tars, I think it's Tars Township. Go look it up on their Facebook page. They have an official Facebook page. Go look them up. Get your tickets. You're going to want to go. There is going to be. It is. Oh my gosh. Um, if you're into paranormal stuff, you're going to want to be there because some of the top paranormal folks in that area are going to be speaking. We've got Dr. Forbes is going to be there from the Weather Channel. He's going to be speaking. There's going to be some other speakers there on the weather side. There's going to be speakers there from the paranormal side. So you're going to get the best of both worlds. I plan on going. I plan on hopefully being able to sit in on one of the paranormal because I've never done it. Um, uh, um, I've been a part of it at a time or two in the years past, and I had to actually step away because it was just eating me up. But I know what it's about. I know what's involved, and I know where you got to be there and doing that stuff. But if you're in the area, get your tickets. I'm looking forward to meeting everybody that runs through those gates. It's an all day event, and if you know anybody that's in the area, come talk. Say hey. Um, you know, talk to us, and we'll talk. I'm getting excited because, like I said, I'm on a guest panel where it's going to be open questions. So I've never really done something like that, um, but I'm expecting to have a great time first and foremost. And hey, it's July. We might catch a storm. You never know. I wouldn't leave the festival just to go chase, although I would really think about it. Um, Really hard, man. There is a cool flame. I don't know if you guys can see it right in the very back. See if I can zoom in on it. I've seen this is like we had a whirlwind the other day. I'm gonna try this. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it, guys. Look at that. Isn't that cool? These little fire, the little fire that could. Look at that, just poking up back there, blowing. I got explain. I understand, but I my prayers are with him because that's some scary stuff. Definitely. Um, but if you want to learn more about the Parastorm Fest, the link just posted up. Get you back to the fire. This is a hot fire. My phone actually might overheat. If my phone overheats, guys, I apologize. Um, it is rather warm, and that fire is just going to get warmer. I think that fire up there is so cool. I had no idea what my dog was doing. I got Holly in my lap. What is going on there? Go. Tell him to be quiet. Oh no, you're fine, man. You're fine. Hey, this is open chat, guys. We can, like I said, we can talk about whatever. I got all night. Everybody go grab their beverage of choice for tonight. Some folks have a long weekend. I do not have a long weekend. I've got my Mountain Dew and coffee out here. We're good. Go. But if you're just joining us, thank you so much for just popping in. Smash that like button. We got up to 8 likes. Woohoo. That's awesome. We're getting there. I actually just threw this stream together. I was really debating on it. And I was like, yeah, I haven't done one for a while. Which is kind of the way I like it because, you never know who's going to show up. You never know what's going to go on. I've got all night. I don't have to be to work till 10 o'clock in the morning. I'll get some sleep, get some rest. Took me about a half hour, 45-minute nap earlier today. But as far as storm chasing goes, guys, ain't nothing to chase. I'm sorry. It is this year. This year has been really wonky. Um, Arkansas. Here's a little bit of weather knowledge. I've been looking at where we are as far as the tornado count just for the state of Arkansas. Arkansas has only had 18 confirmed tornadoes, nothing, nothing over EF2. We've not had a big one this year. Oklahoma, zero, zero tornadoes in the month of May. That is absolutely unheard of. Iowa, a lot. Illinois, a lot. Mississippi's got more than we got. Alabama's got more than we got. We got 17. That's absolutely unheard of. And I think I called it. We're gonna see tornadoes in places we don't normally see. But yeah. So as far as chasing goes, I made a joke. I was on Evan's stream the other day, and I actually told him, I said, I'm going to do a stream where I'm going to chase the sunshine and hope to catch a cloud. We're going to go chase a cloud because that's what there is to chase. There is absolutely nothing to chase. And he laughed. A bunch of folks actually laughed. I thought that was kind of funny. But what do we got going? Hey, Richie Rich is in the house. Yep. I totally agree, Rich. it's going to be wonky. It's going to be crazy, and I just I when I want nothing ever happens. I mean, it's like, yeah, all the build up and then it dies. So I'm kind of used to that. Um, yeah, uh, you do. You have more in Michigan than we have down here in Arkansas. I will guarantee it. Um, Alrighty, Elaine. Hey, give your hubby a big hug from us and tell him we're thinking of him and we'll be praying for him. Okay, I really be praying for a speedy recovery, no doubt. Um, but yeah, I think this year I don't even know what to expect. I'm not even gonna say because I really don't know. I know we're not gonna have hurricanes. I mean, if we can sneak one out, we'll be lucky. It's gonna be a dry year, if this El Nino thing kicks in. Um, I think if the El Nino kicks in, I think we could see a wetter fall, which is going to lead to more severe storms. Now, whether that's going to be in Arkansas, I have no idea. But I'm expecting our fall to really be cranking. Got to remember we're going into the summer months, and typically our summer months are not very wet. They're hot and humid and absolutely, ridiculous. We might have a pop-up thunderstorm here and there, but nothing major until we get into the early September, October, November, months is usually kind of when things start kind of picking up again. Um, but even then, I really don't know um, what we're going to see. We're not in a drought. We're not in any burn bans yet. Hey, Rich, go ahead and do that. That would be something worth talking about. I know you've got an extensive outlook on that, and that would be kind of fun to talk about this because I know when the El Nino kicks in, it's going to be the lower half of the United States, and it's all about the jet stream and what's really going to happen, and they're saying that this year, if this El Nino, super El Nino as they want to call it, kicks in, I know that our winter we could have a brutal winter. We could have a very cold winter. We could have a very snowy winter, of which, folks, just so you know, we do chase snowflakes and that in the wintertime. And we've been known to get out and play in the snow a little bit and document what's going on around us in the Little Rock area. Um, and I'm leaning towards it's going to be that kind of a winter. We could see 3 inches of snow. We could see a foot, 2 foot of snow. You never know. Super El Nino. Um, Basically, it's El Nino supercharged. Um, it's not your average El Nino setup where your Pacific waters are normally in an El Nino year. Your waters are warmer in the Pacific as opposed to in the Gulf. Even though the Gulf is already primed, it's usually um, over in the Pacific, and your jet stream dips down into the Pacific, and Southern California all the way across, and it just that's basically in a nutshell. I believe that's what that means. Rich probably can tell you more. He is the guru on the El Nino stuff. And we can talk about that. That is something we can talk about. Yeah, I'll do it, Rich. I'll definitely get hold of you and get some more information um, because and it will be worth noting. And we'll definitely I will definitely dedicate a fireside chat um, about El Nino and the super El Nino and all of its quirks and things. And I think, like I said, I think this year's just it's a little bit off. It's not right. Um, Making it really hard. It's making it hard for me to chase, um, just because you know we don't even have any raindrops. And that's kind of weird as a chaser. I'm not able to get out. We've been on some good chases. Don't get me wrong, but uh, I can't afford to go to Missouri too much. I can't afford just to get outside the state. Locally and do that. But man, anything past that, I think from here on out, it's going to be pretty much out of the question for a while. Sorry to say that, folks. You just our last big trip was to Wakita, which that was kind of cool. Um, you know, Got to see a bunch of other storm chasers and meet some of them, and you know, didn't know what to expect when we got there, and I was kind of blown away for a while. I've got a video. I'm going to put together a video. I've just got to sit down. It's very time consuming because there's so much. It's going to be a bunch of pictures and some raw video of a parade that we were in, and it's kind of something that I got to really just sit down and think about and how I want to approach it, and but it's going to end up probably being a lengthy video, 5-10 minute video, maybe at best. I try to make it a short. That's just not going to be possible. But yeah. Hey, Kane, welcome in. Good to have you here, Kane. Jump in the chat. Let us know what's going on with you. Appreciate you being here. Go tell your friends. Jump in a chat. Guys, this is open chat, open mic. I do have a moderator in here. Guys, they're on vacation for moderating. Unless it gets really crazy, subscriber mode only. I think I just got it open. Um, but yeah, welcome in. Good to have you here. Oh, uh-oh. It's the wife. The wife is sneaking up on me. What's up, honey? She's being quiet. I got cold. Got cold? She's she's over. She's up there somewhere. Can't see her. She's somewhere in that area. Uh, don't have no lights on. It's very dark. I got to get some wood on that fire. Um, but yeah. So, hmm. Can you see that? My last one. It's my last one. Um, yeah. Anyways, so where are we at? Where are we at? Welcome in, Kane. Good to have you here. It's Fireside Chat. Memorial Day weekend edition, honoring our veterans who have sacrificed their lives, gave their lives in service, out of service, should always be remembered. What is the coolest tornado I have ever seen? Oh boy. That I've actually seen probably was our one and only. We've only seen two, guys, I'm not gonna lie. We chase tornadoes, yes. We have actually only seen two tornadoes. Um, the most insane one. Probably would have been our first one, which was up in here in Arkansas. We accidentally caught it on our actual very first stream because I wasn't able to see it. It was very rain wrapped, but my camera picked it up, and it was documented as a confirmed EF1, um, big big wedge, um, up in Harrison, Arkansas. That to me would be the biggest one. We've been in some. Now I will tell you, we've been in some pretty crazy. Actually, the craziest one. No, I take that back. I take that back. That was the first one. Our actual craziest one was when we were up in Missouri and we were coming home from Nebraska, and boom, fireworks. And we got caught a mesoscale, an MSV or an MCV or whatever they want, mesoscale vortex, that spun up two tornadoes, I literally rode out in my car, and I will tell you this: it scared the living crap out of Tammy and myself. Um, Patrick was on the phone with me. He goes, "Guys," and we were coming out of Kansas City. He goes, "Guys, I can get you in a cell that's going to be tornado warned." And I was like, "All right." We're on our way home. We're not even chasing, and we end up catching it live, sort of live. Well, we were live, but you really couldn't see nothing because my camera was jacked up, my phone. But guys, we were in like 80, 90 plus mile an hour winds. There was damage all over the place. We rode it out in the car. We felt the car pick up, and we were off the ground about 3 or 4 inches, which will make you a believer. That was probably the craziest one, and it did actually set down uh, two tornadoes, and then it came up the hill and kind of skipped over us and dropped another one. But literally the rotation went right over our heads. So that I count that. We were in Louisiana, and was in the middle of a wild night that everybody thought was a tornado on the ground, which really wasn't. There was a lot of rotation, you know, but to actually tell you, the craziest tornado, we have not, caught tornadoes. We're not out on the high plains where you get the beautiful Gary, Indianas, or the ones that they catch out in Oklahoma. Been out there a few times, just haven't seen anything. Got some beautiful structures though, but it's I'm not out chasing enough to say that I've caught the which one, because we've been through a lot of them. We've been you know uh, chasing, gosh, 3 years now, and I can honestly say I'm not out for the tornadoes. I'm out to help, wherever I'm at, get the word out. If I Usually I'm in Arkansas, and we're usually like following them because they're so destructive and they're at night. So we tend to let them get by us, and then we'll go in behind them and look at the damage, and not try to help out, what we can. Um, Trying to keep the people informed. Like I said, we are Arkansas storm chasers. We're not full time Midwestern, wherever chasers. And so, for us to be able to go do those things is kind of out of the question, um, at this point. Um, hopefully it'll get better. But as of right now, no, we document, for Arkansas, which is okay. I'm okay with that. Um, yeah, at some point I'll catch up to you, Rich, and um, oh, throw some of those big ones on over there. Get them bigger logs that are over over there, back over, yeah, over there. You can throw those on. That's fine. That's my son there. And my son. Say hi, Ryan. Hello. He's my fire keeper. Yeah, I mean, you talk about storms. I mean, my God, we were in Diaz. Uh-oh. Yeah, we were in Diaz. Last year chasing. We were guys. We were stuck in the middle of three tornado warnings, and they were both. All three of them were on the ground at the same time. You know, did I see them? No, I did not see them. They literally lifted before we could ever get there. Um, but we did see the thing. We did see. Come on. Okay, that'll work. That's fine. That'll work. It'll burn. But yeah, I mean, it just that's what we do. That's what we chase. You know, we're not out. We're not necessarily out to catch a tornado. Although I would love to see a tornado. I mean, it's kind of the icing on the cake. I'm more out there to document what's going on. You know, pass that and get the word out and get people to safety. You know, if I really thought about it, yeah, we I'm getting better at forecasting and getting us into the positions and that. And Tammy's really good. She's, I really don't like chasing um, bigger end tornadoes when I'm not with my wife because she can get me there and it's really hard by yourself to navigate and look at storms and all of that. And I prefer her being with me. Um, David usually goes out with me and he navigates when he can. You know, he's been on some of the bigger end ones. But usually, like I said, most of our tornadoes here in Arkansas, when we do have them, are all at night and they're very, very, very extremely dangerous. And you really got to know what you're doing and you got to be heads up. And we get into the mix. Don't get me wrong. We get there. Will you do me a favor? You're bald. Ryan got a haircut, guys. He's bald. And I mean bald. You could put a scrub brush to it and he'd be shiny. Will you go to the car? Thank you. Will you go to the car? Okay. Will you go get me something? Thank you. Um, yeah, and I'm, and D-Man helps with radar. I mean, I've got a great network of folks. I've got other chasers here in the state, and they keep me in the loop, and they tell me kind of where things are at, and that, and it really does help. Um, so if anybody's wondering out there why I've not been streaming um, out of the house. Okay, first I've got Starlink and it is not properly getting the bandwidth out there. It's because I've got a bunch of trees now that are full of leaves, and I'm trying to figure out how to. I've got to move my. I actually have to move my Starlink about 150 feet outside, kind of out in the corner of the yard. Um, and I've got to buy a 150-foot cord, and that's like $75. Um, but right now I've got it. And I've also got to get a router of some sort to help with that. So that's why you're not seeing me um, doing a lot with on my computer with the overlays and that for that reason. Now when we're in a car, that's a whole nother thing because I use my iPhone to stream with, and until I can afford to get on the uh, cloud for, till I can get on the cloud month, which I can't afford right now, um, to do that.
Plus, I've also shaved.
Cool.
I've also shaved all my mustache out.
Okay, cool. Um, oh yeah, I've met a bunch of other chasers. I mean, I've met Corey Gherkin time or two out on the field. Patrick Pineda, he's another storm chaser that we've actually linked up a few times. Sean Voisey out of Arizona, we've chased with him. I'm trying to think some other local. We've got some local storm chasers that we've uh, chased with and met along along the road. Eminent Rouge out of Little Rock. Um, you know, not too many folks. I met Storm Runner Media, several times while chasing.
Chase X.
Chase X, located here in Arkansas. So yeah, I mean, we're we're slowly getting our name. People in the area are going, oh man, I didn't know that was a storm chaser. Yeah, and so we're not putting our name out there. We're just kind of low key. We're getting a QR code uh, put on our cars so that when we're driving down the road, people can obviously, that'll be on it and go to the YouTube channel. Um, that'll be on before we go to Pennsylvania. But as far as meeting other chasers, it's really it's one of those things that if we're in the area, yeah, I'll say hi to them. I'll pull up and find out who they are first, Uh, but yeah, we come across them every now and then. You know, it's not unusual to meet up chasers. I don't have a chaser too many chaser friends where we just get together and go chase or anything like that. It's kind of whatever whoever we meet on the road, it's who we meet. You know, and that. But oh boy, you're gonna have me out here all night, aren't you?
Oh, just for whenever.
Oh, okay. Because that's probably gonna all get burned down there for a while. But yeah, fun. Chasing is my passion. My I work for. And I go, well, it's gonna get there eventually. Or what's the weather gonna be like today or tomorrow or whatever, and I'll tell them, hey, it's probably gonna rain today. Got to get things done, and anything outside needs to get done before it does. And they kind of call me the weather guy at work. Um, yeah, D Man gonna start chasing. I can't wait, D Man. I when you are ready to go chasing, and we can set it up, and I mean this seriously. Um, we can set it up. We'll get going and we'll definitely link up. D Man's going to be chasing some storms. Try to help him out. He's going to be streaming eventually. Nice, nice. That's exactly how I started streaming on YouTube. I went to people, when I first started streaming, man, I was telling everybody. I work in retail, guys. I was telling everybody, guys, you need to sub to my channel so I can live stream. Da 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 da. I don't even care if you get on my channel or not, but you need to sub. And that 3 years ago, only needed 60 to do it, and and that's how I got it. And then, it took a little while. Did a lot of things to get monetized, which was It's been helpful. Unfortunately, I don't get the big donos that like everybody else does. But I'm okay. I'm not about the money, guys. I'm out there to save lives and take note and just have a good time. I mean, we've chased enough to know. Yeah, go check it. Go check it. Don't put no more of the small stuff. Let that burn down a little bit. And oh, we got music. Guy's got his radio on. Hopefully nobody heard that. Um, but yeah, and even today, I mean, people are starting because Tammy does a lot of it's not sparking and that and which has helped us go chasing. People are actually coming up. Are you guys storm chasers? Yeah, and she talks about it, and I've gained several subs just from her being out. Um, and huh? All right, thanks, son. Yeah, grab your phone. And so it's helped. I mean, we've gained just on the channel alone. I mean, we gained like 75, almost 100. We're up over 2,000. Hang on, I can tell you. I can tell you. I am up to 2,123 subscribers. Woohoo! So my goal for this year is to get to 3,000 subscribers. Just need a couple of good storms, and hey, go ahead and throw your channel in there. Anybody would like to go sub to the guy. He's trying hard, and I'm all about helping the little guy. Um, oh man, that fire's gonna get hot. My phone will probably overheat, but it's chasing is definitely not for everybody. I mean, I'm always one of the things I'm always doing is I'm always out, going and looking at how to do things better. Not necessarily better for the next guy or better, than the next guy. I'm looking at how to better the stream, literally put together. Guys, I'd have a stream like some of the professionals out there. I mean, it's not that hard. It's just a matter of getting the right car mounts for the phone. It's about getting, camera quality nowadays is key. You've got to have all the equipment, and that's a lot of money, and it is very expensive, guys. I'm not talking about gas or anything, just the equipment. You know, you got to have a really good computer at home to handle the stream. You've got to have an excellent internet service at home so you can stream, good quality stuff. Inside cameras, you got to have microphones now so people can actually hear you. During a hailstorm, it gets really loud. It may get a little noisy. I'm not sure. There's a truck coming up. Hopefully, it doesn't have the music on. Um, so I'm always looking at new car mounts for the phone, and that once, yeah, two drones. Yeah, no, man. Um, I actually have a drone that I never use. It's a cheap one. It would not make it in a 2 mile an hour wind. You got to have zero wind. You couldn't pop it up and pull it down just to catch it. It would blow away. But I have a drone. I mean, I just, it's one of those that, I'm never buy them, but I can't, you know, it just, I don't know. But drones are definitely the way to go nowadays. And I'll tell you, get good at if you want to fly your drone during a chase and you can hook it up to Wi-Fi and pull that video off, go for it. Because I'm telling you, there's a lot of folks out there doing it, and they're getting paid a lot of money for what they're doing. Hey, Dreambird, good to have you here. Welcome in. Welcome in. Go tell your friends and neighbors, in laws, outlaws. Come on in. More the merrier. But yeah, I mean that's you know it people don't realize what it really takes uh, to get into to being able to live stream. Storm chasing costs your vehicle and your time and gas and your upkeep on your car, which is what a lot of folks do. A lot of folks are that chase storms are not on YouTube. A lot of them are photographers, and they go out and that's all they do is they get they're after the structure, the lightning bolts and stuff like that. Guys, that is just as important as going out and doing a live stream on YouTube. And I look at some of these guys that are doing that. I mean, some of their stuff is absolutely incredible, incredible. Um, but there again, their camera setups that they're using, you're talking several $1,000s. If you're if you want camera, you got to get what is it, the Canon, whatever it is, the newest one that they just came out. You've got to have oh, what do they call it? A lightning detector that will capture the lightning flash, and it captures the deal. There's a new one out there that is absolutely amazing. The new camera, I looked them up and I'm like, hey, no way. They were like $2,500, $2,500 for a camera just to go shoot lightning. The the lightning sensor is another $500 to $1,000. Hey, Patrick, we were just talking about you, buddy. Hey, Patrick, in July, you need to go to Pennsylvania, buddy. We'll be a part of PA Storm Trackers Paris Storm Fest. You would like that. July 11th, I believe. July. I want to say July 11th. Yeah, get a hold of them, man. That would be awesome. That'd be awesome. Ooh, thank you, Patrick, for the 10 jewels. Not sure what that means, but we got jewels, guys. Woohoo! 10 jewels. Um, yeah, he accidentally pressed something. Well, hey, thank you for accidentally pressing the gift box next to the monies. Um, yeah, D man, I'm gonna tell you, getting right up next to that tornado, I'm not that guy. I don't mind being, and I've been, guys, I've been within 5 miles. I've had a tornado track right next to me and never saw the damn thing. You talk about scary, um, and that. But I'm not the guy that's going to get within 200-300 yards of one. I'm not. I am not that guy. I will look back from a distance, a few miles, 5, 10, 15 miles away. I am okay with that. Yeah, I'll bet it was, Patrick. I'll bet it was. I bet Kentucky is a different place altogether. Didn't hear any banjos, did you? 'Cause that's where they would be. If there were any banjos, that's where they would be. Yeah, exactly. Leave that to those guys, man. I mean, kudos to those guys. I just I can't do it. Did it go whoop, there it goes, whoop, there it goes. Oh man, but yeah, I'm just not that guy. I want to document it. I want to be, as safe as I possibly can. I'll run into the storm. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm used to driving in that. As long as I know, as long as I've got an escape route and that, and I'm golden. But I'm not going to run into the storm. At least not on purpose. Um, there have been a few times where I was questioning what I was doing, but you know, I'm really getting itchy to really get on a good storm. Yep. Yeah, Patrick, that's what just popped up on the screen. That's the website for the Paris Storm Fest. Go check them out. If you can, you need to be there and you need to let them know because you can set up your car and that, and you get in for free. I'm on the panel to be speaking that afternoon, about an hour and a half. I don't even know how long it's going to go. Um, with five other, I think it's five other, four other, four other storm chasers. Um, Open question from the public. They've got they've got they're taking. There's going to be a lot of folks there. It's going to be cool. Oh, hey Patrick, just to let you know, we're getting my 42-inch bar light installed next week, and let me tell you what, I hooked that sucker up to a battery today. It will light the night sky. It's like 10,000 lumens of blinking lights. I mean, you'll be able to see me coming down the road. It's got two. It's in the bar light itself. It's got white. It's white and ambers. Solid. I can do solid white. I can do solid amber. I can flash amber and whites. I can flash whites. I can flash ambers. Use it as a spotlight. Yeah, it's bright. But I'm getting that installed. That'll be on um, next week, I think. Yeah, D man, that was a good heads up call because where we were at, we were up in that that was in Missouri. Um, yeah, not a couple weeks. That was actually a couple weeks ago, and we ended up we ended up getting into some pretty feisty, spicy weather um, up there. We got into a tornado warning that actually was tornado warned twice, and we had golf ball size hail coming at us, and it was yeah, that was a good call, you know, which was the storm itself wasn't 10 miles from one end to the other, but it was supposedly packing 2-inch hail, and I was like, oh no 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 no, we're not getting in a 2-inch hail, so we went back and found a bank. Got underneath the awning, and we were on the outside, which we were going to take the hit if it came in, but fortunately enough, it sideswiped us. But we had rotation go over our head. That was a crazy part of it. I mean, we were seeing it just from where we were, because we were getting debris slung at us, and which was weird because there were like no trees around us at that point. And if there were trees, they would have been like 2 or 3 blocks away. So they traveled quite a ways. Hey, Mama G's in the house. Got to meet Mama G while we were in Wakita, folks. What a wonderful, awesome person she is. Got to meet her and her family. Great to see you. Great to finally meet you. Put a face to the name. Guys, Mama G is a moderator over on Stormfront Freaks. Um, and that, good to have you here. Welcome back. Got a really goofy picture, man. I'm not sure if because I didn't. I mean, I was like, oh no, that was not a good picture. It was a funny picture. Don't get me wrong, but it was like, oh, and you can't crop it. You can't make that one look good. It's just, I may put it in the video for shits and giggles, but Um, yeah, she might be. I don't know. I have no idea. That's all right. That's all right. It's a wonderful picture, a moment in time we both shared together at a very historical point, and I was glad to be there and be able to share that with you. It was fun. Wakita guys, man, I'll tell you what. If you ever get an opportunity and get the chance, you need to go to Wakita, Oklahoma, um, and go to the museum and take, it's very surreal. That day was very surreal. It was very boring. Don't get me wrong. It was very boring. But being there, being a part of it, um, being in the Chaser parade, the parade of chasers, really made me feel part of the community, even though I really didn't meet a whole lot of the chasers and they really didn't know who I was, and I'm okay with that. Um, I was kind of bummed that I missed Otis. Otis was there, the group from Otis that does the drones and they send the drones in. I really wanted to talk to them and I didn't even realize they were there. Was a bunch of chasers there, guys that I personally know that I never saw all day, and we were there all day. Um, you know, had Mama G not walked up to me, I would have never seen her. Um, and I just it was crazy. The only one I really kept bumping into when I was walking up and down the road to stretch my legs was Corey Gherkin, and he and I'll tell you what, Corey, I love the guy. He's very down to earth. He's very passionate about what he does, and for him to be able to take listen, we talked for like 30 minutes, almost 45 minutes. Tammy and Ryan, they took off. I lost them, and he and I were just talking about storms and storm chasing and stuff like that. And he, I made a comment to him. It was really kind of funny because I made a funny comment to him. I said, "Yeah, we're finally getting into the storms." He goes, "That's good." He says, you'll get there, you'll get there." And I told him about Diaz, and he goes, "Holy crap, you were in that?" I go, "Yeah, we were, where we were at." He goes, "Dude," he says, "that is awesome." He says, "You've come a long ways." I said, "I appreciate that," but we never really, he didn't try to downplay me or think I was this or that. I mean, he was very, very down to earth, and to be able to talk at that level with somebody who's been doing it for years, you know, not really trying to give me any pointers. He goes, "Yeah, you're doing everything right." He says, it's just what it is." And it's like, "Yeah," I said, "I'm not really out there to catch the tornado like you guys are." I said, "I'm there if it happens." And he goes, "Yeah, nothing wrong with that." He goes, "You're doing what you do. That's you." And I said, "Thank you," because there's been a lot of folks, out there, and I don't downplay it. I tell people straight up, I am not about catching that tornado. I'm not. If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. I'm there to help get the word out. This is tornadoes in your area. You need to get under cover and you need to be there now. That's what I'm about. And so, hey, my wife is in the house. Whoop, whoop. Everybody say hi to Tammy is in the house. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he bands up. Corey's with Copic and all of them, and that's good for them. I met Redman, Brandon Montgomery. Got to talk to him a little bit, not much because he was busy, but and that's another thing, guys, is I'm not the guy that's going to go up to you and say, "Hey, hi, my name's Justin Ryan. I'm Wind Dancer Media. Da 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 da." I'm not that guy. Um, and it takes a lot from it does take a lot for me to be able to walk up to somebody Um, and Tammy will attest because she's the reason why I met Corey Gherkin the first time 3 years ago. Uh, I was scared to death. I don't, because I respect their privacy and that and what they're doing and all, and Corey'd be about the only one I'd ever walk up to now if I knew he was out and we were in the same area and we just happened to bump into each other. He'd be the only one that I'd really ever walk up to, um, and say, "Hey, Corey, how you doing? What's going on? Da da da." And we'd talk. Patrick could be another one. Patrick's storm chaser. Um, you know, but there's only a few that I'd ever do that. And there's a lot of storm chasers out there. You know, um, um, but you know, I I think this year, and I'm going to touch on it, and I'm not really going to rant on it, but I do want to talk about it because it's something of I think it needs to be said. One of the things that really chaps my ass is you have all of these chasers out there, and I'm beginning to understand because we're the same way. I'm the same mentality of a lot of the other well-known chasers. I'm not going to be that guy, and I'm talking about storm chaser convergence and the stupid stuff. This is one reason why I will not be up underneath that tornado warning cell for that reason. And I think we saw it in the last 2 weeks. Um, and I'm going to put it out there this way: if you're a storm chaser and you're in that, do me a favor, be respectful, follow the rules, um, because someday that will come back and bite you in the ass. I've seen it. I am not, I do not associate with those folks. Um, you know, if if you're going to be that guy that's going to be on my ass in my bumper, and I'm already doing the speed limit, but you're going to ride up on my ass and honk at me and tell me to get out of the way, I will damn well guarantee you I will flip you off as you go by. And then I'm going to be saying a prayer for you because you're a dumbass. I've had that happen to me. Road rage, you know. Um, I don't get these people, and I don't know who they are. I couldn't even throw a name out there. Um, but if you're that guy, you deserve to be in a wreck. One that'll hopefully wake your ass up because that really does chap my ass. I sat and watched it, you know, on streams, and I'm just like, there's no way in the world. You could look at, you got one flipping cell out there, and there's 900 chasers on it. Come on, find another route. Go get away from them. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy that's running up on everybody and running them off the road and trying to hit everything that can just to get the freaking picture. For what? It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. Don't be that guy. D man, do not be that guy. Just kidding. But we're out there. We're a community, and we can't even come to an agreement on that. There has to be there. I wouldn't say policing it because you can't really police it as a community. But by God, enough is enough. Shit or get off the pot. Be respectful. Follow the rules. Be safe. Do it in a safe manner and have fun. That's all it takes. That's all the requirement there is. I I was appalled when I saw some of these things. If there is an emergency vehicle, and I know who it was. I'm not going to name names. And I'm not saying I disagree or I agree. But what I am going to say is be respectful for the first responders. I'm going to leave it at that. If they got a road blocked, respect it because that's how people get hurt. And you can get into a lot of trouble if there is a roadblock and you go past it. You're taking your life into your own hands. Sorry. Do I disagree with that scenario? To an extent, yes, because that's not following the rules. You just made your own rules up. You know, if there is a fire truck that is blocking the road for a reason, then you need to respect it. Whether it's a branch, it, for all I know, could be a tree. Come on. Don't just run through it and blow it like nothing ever happened. And, you know, at least have the decency go move the tree, instead of driving by it. Same thing if you're in a say you're chasing a tornado and there's damage. It just went PDS, all right, or it went what's the other one? I'm brain dead. Um, anyway, say there's damage and you roll up on the damage. Take the time, take the time to at least get out and help. If there's a tree down in the middle of the road, and the road is blocked and you're the first one to roll up on it, you may not have the tools, man. Flip your lights on, get people stopped, get people activated. Then jump out when more people show up and it's safe. Get out and clear the branches out. That's the least you can do. If you roll up on a scene where a house has got hit, you don't have to know first aid to go out and rescue people. You don't have to be the guy sitting in the truck filming it and videoing, oh, look at the damage, and your ass is sitting in the car. You are the problem. You just became the problem. Your ass should be out of that car pronto and out there helping because that's what chasers do. Period. Period. All right. Am I done? Probably not. Probably not. But it chaps my ass. I'm sorry. I just it is something that has been going on for a very long time, and people talk about it, and people get all upset because they got their butt chewed out for doing something, and they poo poo it. No, quit being a problem. Quit being a problem. How are these if some of the older chasers are going to be doing that if they're doing it themselves? Set the example. Be the example. Be the right way. And I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying that there is a right way to do things and a wrong way. And I'm not saying they do it all the time. But don't be the guy that's continuously disobeying, the laws and the rules and this and that. Because it's gonna hang you up, and you're gonna get all pissy about it, and you're gonna spiral down. Learn from your mistake. Okay, I made a mistake. Own up to it, correct the problem, and don't do it again. Because my philosophy in life, and I've told this to my boys, if you don't ever put yourself in that position, you ain't not got nothing to worry about. Period. Sound advice. All right, where are we? Ooh, tornado emergency. Yes, that was what I was looking for. Tornado emergency. Tornado emergencies where people's lives are definitely being affected. Take the time to stop. Find out what's going on. Hey, can I help? I don't know anything. Okay, good. Stand here and direct traffic. Or come with me. We gotta pull this building off of this person. Be ready for what you're gonna see. You know. Don't just stand there like a bump on a log. Do something. Because at that point, during a tornado emergency, lives matter. Not your damn freaking video, not your YouTube channel. Your chase is over at that time, folks. It's done. It's You're done. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. I've got a good I had a very good stream going. Uh, God, it's been a couple years ago when I ran through the tree. What did we do? We stopped. We stopped. We flagged a trucker down. Could have killed him. Thank God we stopped because we were the only ones there. You know, what did we do? We stopped. I didn't have a chainsaw. I couldn't move the tree. The tree was a foot and a half, 2 foot around. How am I going to move that tree? They finally, we ended the stream. I actually passed up, uh, and we could have been on it. We could have actually probably seen a tornado up in Pocahontas that night. I literally sat and watched that storm blow by me as I'm standing there waiting for um, sheriff and whatnot to come down and move that tree out of the road. You know, and I talked to sheriff, and he goes, I really appreciate you hanging out here in that and uh, and helping out. You know, that's what it's all about. Whether my chase was over, you can go back and look at the stream. I clipped it because I went, oh shit, tree. I mean, it was funny the way I said it, but we went through the tree. You know, and I actually that one I missed a 3 foot ditch full of water by a foot. Don't do that, but you gotta be proactive. Yup. Yep, that's exactly right. And yeah, that's why I have a chainsaw. I've got to actually I've got an Echo that I really need to have it taken in and have it worked on. But chainsaws are always handy to have, especially here in Arkansas or the South or anywhere in Dixie. You're gonna need it. There's gonna be a point in time where you're gonna have to have it. And man, I gotta find out what my phone's doing. Where's the button? Is this thing charging? Probably still charging the phone. Um, ooh, I would love to have a fireman axe. Those are actually very, very handy. You know, who was it? Who was it? Um, there was a chaser. God, I can't remember. It was well, there was a chaser got out. Oh, he had a no, I know what it was. He had a battery operated chainsaw. How genius. Yeah. He said, it ain't going to be much, but by God, we'll get the limbs brought out until somebody with a bigger chainsaw. That's all it takes. That's what I'm talking about. I actually have thought about getting one because I've got the bigger batteries. But, I mean, that's all it takes. You know, how heads up was that? They were actually able to get that tree, cleared up, go to the next tree, go to the next tree, Obviously, your chase is over. Now you're in recovery, search and rescue recovery, or recovery, whatever you're trying to do to help out. Cut and dry. All right, off of that little soapbox, boy. Don't get me fired up because that has been something I've been wanting to really talk about for a long time. Is the chaser convergence? Because I witnessed it first in Oklahoma. The first time I went to Oklahoma with Sean Boise, and I was like, man, there ain't no way I'm not going to be a part of that. I'll break off and go a different way or find a different route. There's you can see this. That's the thing about being in the plains, is you can see that storm from 20, 30 miles away on 50. Pick a road. You know, come on, let's be real. Am I saying I'm the best chaser out there? No, I'm not. I'm by far not the best. I wouldn't even. I don't claim that. I'm not that guy. But I have enough common sense about me to know what's right and wrong. I'm just over it. Well, the thing about the battery ones, and I've dealt with them. They're really good for like small branches, 4 or 5 inches in diameter. I mean, you could literally limb out a tree. Seriously, you could limb out a tree in no time, have it cleared off, and wait for somebody to come in with a bigger chainsaw. You know, I do agree gas chainsaws are better. However, got to think about traveling with the fuel in your car. You know, the pros and cons are, that's the pros and cons side of it. Um, but I think the biggest point that I'm trying to make here is the fact that whether or not you have an electric chainsaw or you have a gas chainsaw, the fact of the matter is that you're doing something. You know, there's no right, there's no wrong um, in that, and at least you are being proactive, and that's to me is what matters the most. I don't know if you can see it on the stream. Oh, you can. If you look off to the left of the stream, it looks like there's lights flashing. I do not know what that is. That's glare, glow, or something. Yep, move the tree. Actually, Mama G, when we went through that tree, all I had, I didn't even have a chain with me, and I really need to get one. I really do need to invest in one, but my little truck probably wouldn't be able to do it. But I had a rope. And we hooked it up to the semi. The semi actually tried to drag that tree off, and he couldn't even move the tree. That thing was it was down and out. I mean, it was like an hour and a half. We were there like an hour and a half before a sheriff pulled up with the DOT, and they come in with a big bucket. I mean, that was a big tree, and they just shoved it off the road, which is cool, you know. But I've got a 24-inch blade chains. I've got a 24-inch Echo that I will probably won't be this year because we don't have any storms, but by next year, I hope to have it really ready to go. Got to get a new blade for it. Runs fairly decent when it wants to, you know. But I think I don't, but it's so weird because it is there and it's not. I don't know if it's the paranormal side. Uh, I was in Stormfront Freaks the other night, yes, but I I was in part of it because I was on moderating for Storm Runner Media at the time, I think. Then I jumped in. May have to go stir that fire up. Looks kind of ominous. Ominous. It's kind of eerie. But and I wish sometimes that I don't know how to put it. I wish there I wish there was classes. I really wish there was storm chasing classes. Instead of saying, "Hey, you just need to get out there and go do it and figure it out for yourself." I wish there was some sort of classes out there for these beginner chasers, um, that could be held somewhere locally or regionally, because a lot of folks, and I'm telling you, a lot of these kids out there, and there's a lot of them, and that's the newest thing. And I get that, and I'm all for it. But when it comes when it comes right down to them knowing what to do and what to expect, they have no clue. I'm telling you, today's chasers, the young, the non-seasoned young guns out there, if they rolled up on Rolling Fork, they would not know what to do, and they would be a mess. We saw that. We actually saw that when Rolling Fork happened, and it disgusted me then, and it disgusts me now. I will always refer to Rolling Fork because that really messed up a lot of folks, a lot of chasers. A lot of chasers ended up quitting because they just couldn't handle that side of things. Um, but I really do wish, that there were some sort of, you got to take a class or something, and I'm saying that for me too, not just being a storm spotter here in Arkansas, because I've done those classes as well. And it's always good to refresh because things do change. But you know, is probably will never happen. No, definitely not, D man. Rolling Fork would not have been good. Mama G was there. She was part of that, and I will always go back to that day and that night, because when when Rolling Fork got hit, we were sitting, and we weren't even streaming then, but we were sitting down in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, looking at a tornado warned storm. We had just really got into chasing, going out and looking at the storms and that, and we let this tornado warned storm, kind of come at us, and I got video of it, and I probably need to go back because I don't even think I have it on my YouTube channel, but I took some video and that because it was really wild, and I had heard that Rolling Fork had got hit, and then I heard about, the loss of life and that, and I looked at Tammy was with me, and I looked at her and I said, "Honey, can we get down there?" Because literally we were 130 miles away from Rolling Fork, and she said we could, but by the time we get there, it would have been too late. I mean, because that would have been 130 miles. We're looking at a 2 or 3 hour drive at that point, and driving, it just wasn't good for us. Because I really wanted, I would have took the next day off. I would have been down there, and I wanted to, and she knew it, and we decided not to. But my heart just, my heart just I get quivery in my heart when there's a tornado on the ground, and I know that there's a loss of life, no matter if it's one or 30. One life is no greater or no less than 30. At that point, loss of life is loss of life, and my heart grieves quite a bit. But so yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, there was a lot of, I have Mad respect for those chasers that were in going forth that night, because they really did make a difference in that. And you know, you see it time and time again. You know, the chaser that's out there, that's doing it, that's helping the community that's affected, being affected by the devastation, whatever it is, you know, whether it be a flood, whether it be a tornado or hurricane or what have you. I have mad respect for anybody that's just willing to get out and help. You know, I have mad respect for Team Dominator Search and Rescue. Um, you know, they're trying to make a difference, and that's what it takes. That's the heart of the chasing community, is being willing to get out of your comfort zone and doing something that you're really not meant to do, but you can do it and make your way through it, and it's all good. And you know, I think it's something that you got to learn. You know, storm chasing is something you learn as you go, pretty much. You take what you learn, and you apply it to what you're seeing and what you're doing, and you get better at it. You know, I have recently decided that I need to get into better forecasting. So I get on to the uh, SEC, or the Storm Chaser coaching classes, and I watched a lot of their videos, and I recommend that to anybody. You know, there's a lot of excellent information. Learning how to read a hodograph. Got to, you know, that's probably 90% of the battle right there. If you understand what you're looking at in a hodograph, there's some great information out there on how to do that properly. You know, forecasting, how to use the models. What models do you look at? You know, what do you use? What tools do you have in your tool bag that can get you to the area, your target area, and to be able to see the storm, you know. um and that is a key to storm chasing, you know. And I've really started looking at models. I started looking at the HRRR and the NAM 3K, and now the Rufus model, and I look at all of them. People always ask me, well, what models do you look at? Guys, when I'm looking at a model and I see, like say in Arkansas, all right, and I'm looking ahead about a week or so, and I see something pop up, and I go, oh, that might be worth looking into. Give it another couple of days, let it mature, see what it's going to do. You know, I'll look at the long range way out there, and then I'll, you know, give it a couple of days to mature, see what's happening. As day three comes in, I start looking at the regional models, kind of get an understanding there. You know, the GEFS and the NAM, and I'll look at the wrap, even though I don't like it. Um, you know, because each one has a little different angle on it. And then when day two comes, because day two realistically is going to give you the next day. All right, it's going to look into the future, that 24 hours, which is what you need. Onto the day of, you know, and then I start looking a little bit closer, and I look for the bubblers, and you know, and I look for, you know, I look at reflectivity, and I'll kind of look and see what the where the cap is, and start pulling some soundings, and you can't. One of the things, and I've learned this, that when you're looking at a sounding, say on pivotal weather, which is, I look at that. I just discovered the College of DuPage has a freebie thing that you can look at. But when you're looking at a sounding and it says PDS tornado, disregard that. Look at the start looking at the vapor, the moisture in the air. Look at, you know, start looking at the what is going to induce a tornado, if there's going to be. Um, Start looking at those things a little closer. Try to figure out, you know, and use the different models. Use the HRRR, the NAM 3K, the Rufus, and whatever you want. and run them all, and run them all in the same area where you think you want to target. If they all line up, then that would be your target. Okay. And I mean, but look at everything. Look where find the dry line. Learn to find the dry line. Learn to find, the triple point. Look for those areas, and and that. But look at all the models when you're doing that, and you'll get a very clear picture of what's really going to happen if it does. Um, the triple point is your safest bet. Your dry line, not so much. Um, I've been on the dry line and sat there for a long time and nothing popped. And I went, everything's popping over there. So we went up, that's another story. But you've got to look at everything when you're looking at models, and you got to take them for a grain of salt. Got to remember they're models. They're looking into the future. They may not happen. And, and that. Yes, and that is an excellent point, Mama G. You gotta look at your environment. Is what you are seeing literally what's happening? Somebody made a comment the other day on social media, and I couldn't have been more happy. And the comment in context was, put the damn models down, go out and stare at the clouds. Because listen, I'm going to tell you, the older storm chasers out there, they didn't have models 15 years ago. They really didn't. This is all new stuff. They had some idea 20 years ago. You know, they went out, they looked at the cloud. Um, you know, learn your environment, know what you're getting into, know what's going on above you, and look for it, and spot it, and if it takes you 15, 20 minutes, know what you're looking at. It's really hard at night when you can't see nothing. That's where your radar and stuff like that. And I'm telling you that they're you know I'm slowly getting away from radar mega because it's just so freaking slow, that I'm using alternate sources, and there's a bunch of them out there now. I'm not saying I use them all. When I can't use one, I can't find out what I'm looking at, I'll definitely jump over to the next one. But learn how to read the radar. Know what you're looking at on the radar, because the radar is going to tell you part of it. It's only going to tell you what it sees, and it may not be necessarily what's going on outside. Okay. Um, but when your radar goes down, or radar doesn't load up every 3 minutes and it takes it 10 minutes, you're in trouble. Or radar goes down, the radar itself goes down, then you're really in trouble. And then you really got to rely on visual. So learn to look at the sky. Get out and look at the sky. Go chase a cloud. Find it on radar. Go chase it. Go look at it. See what it's doing. You might find some beautiful structures nobody ever sees. You know, that's the beauty of chasing. Yep, I agree. You can always, when you in D man, you'll learn this when you're chasing, and 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 your window, like say you're coming into the you're coming in, uh, say you're on a front, say you're running a line, like the dry line, I guess, and all of a sudden your windshield fogs up. That is a clear sign that you are probably in the right area, because what happens is that's a inversion, a temperature inversion, where uh, you're You're going to fog up, and you're going to, oh, I just, and you look out, you might have been in, say, 70-degree weather, and all of a sudden you're in like 85-degree weather, and you've got your air conditioner on or what have you, and it's going to fog up. That's how you know your things are changing. And that's a big indication right there. It's like, oh, there it is, found it. I've had time. Animals and birds. Yes, I watch, especially here in Arkansas. I watch the birds. I listen to the crickets. I watch my dogs. My dogs and my cat will tell me exactly what's going on because if they're huddled up around me, something's happening, whether it be a lightning storm or what have you. Nature, in its own respect, will tell you what's going on. Um, you can tell without ever feeling it what's going on. Which way are the birds flying? They're going to fly away. Um, you know, you can look at the sky and go, yeah, it's probably going to do something. And then all of a sudden, my dogs will be in the house or they'll be sitting on the porch going, what are you doing out there, you fool? You're staring at it and you tell us to get in. You know, um, know your storm node. Know what's going on the. If you're looking at a cell, know what's going on with that cell. Be able to pick out the parts to it. Where's the inflow? Where's the RFD cut? Where's the what's it doing? Is it a supercell? Is it is it visible? Can you see the rain shaft? Can you see the swirl? Can you see the rotation outside of the rain shaft? Because once it gets into the rain, that's where things get crazy. You know, and are you able to identify the updrafts and the down the RFDs and the front flank and all of those the storm positions. Learn those first. I mean, that should be first and foremost. If there's any one thing that you need to learn, that would be it. Go out, find a cloud, and ask yourself what it's doing. Is it doing anything? you know and then look at it on radar. Is it growing? Is it maturing? Is there lightning? If there's no lightning, storm's usually dying. If there's a lot of lightning, it's robust. It's got a lot of updraft. It's got a lot of spin in the upper atmospheres. Um, you know, yeah, it's good. It's good. I hope somebody's getting something out of this. Yeah, your boundary lines. Look for the boundary. That's a good call right there because a storm will follow a boundary or it'll get ate up by the boundary. Um, Usually, a storm will if it's a robust supercell, it'll throw its own boundary out and it'll follow that boundary. It can follow its own cold front. Um, but no, yeah, find your boundaries. You can look and tell where a boundary is. Look at the clouds. It's usually a line of clouds, and where those line of clouds is usually where things are going to happen. Um, that's a good one. Yeah, your outflows. Look for your outflow boundaries. Lightning can be, they're you can be on a cell, and I've seen this with. It's funny to watch it on smaller cells because usually they're just puppy dog cells, but they could be throwing a lot of lightning out. All right, and that lot of lightning that could be a very intense, very small supercell. That means that storm is usually growing in size and growing in intensity. Um, lightning is a big indicator. Sure is. Uh-oh. I got the crew coming out. Well, that's happening. Hope you got your bug spray on. You ain't throwing no ice on me.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
Not happening. Oh, shut. God, scare me to death. Why are you barking? Why? Don't sit there and scratch. Why? Oh, we got light out here. What are we looking at? Nothing. No. Ooh, got a spotlight. Got a spotlight. Let's see what's going on. This is good. I like. I see. This is what are you barking. What are you barking? See, move. Ooh, look at that. That's so cool. Hi, cat. Oh, hi, dog. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the LPs or something. They're your LP storms like today, up in South Dakota, I think it was very low LP. Um, you know, it was missing a few factors, but it was pretty gorgeous. I was on Storm Intermedia's stream, and God, that was a beautiful storm. Just was missing some things. Um, LP storms are more your photogenic storms. Um, a lot of structure, stuff like that. Um, they're the ones that the photographers are always trying to get after, and they're a lot of fun to actually go chase, because they're not intense, and they're a casual thing, and a lot of times you can just be on them for hours and hours and hours and hours and just watch them go by. And we do actually get here in Arkansas, um,
That's not funny.
down in the southern part of Arkansas mostly. We do get some LPs even down there. I've seen some pictures of some really beautiful structured storm just out in the middle of nowhere doing nothing. Yeah, when you hear somebody talk about LP, it's or HP. HP is high precipitation. That's a lot of rain. Get your rain wraps. LP is low precipitation. They might be spitting at you. So
I'm the one that said that.
what?
Put
Oh,
your phones down.
yeah. Put your phone.
Get out and look.
Yep. Get out and look. Um, but yeah, there's a lot. And like I said, it's chasing is you learn something new every day. You see something new every day. Um, if it's a bus, so what? You saw something. You know, you could be chasing a tornado warned storm and see absolutely diddly squat nothing. But boy, you were there. You experienced it and got the video or the pictures to prove it. And then you might accidentally catch that one tornado out in the middle of nowhere, and ain't nobody else on it. And there you go. You've done something. That actually happened to us, guys. Our first stream, our big stream that actually launched this channel. We were in Missouri, and I knew it was going to be a big day. I just didn't know what was going to happen, and that, and we were up in Springfield. We're sitting at the Bucky's, you know. We were like 3 hours ahead of, I was watching the line, and all of a sudden, man, I mean,
Get up here.
it was like all hell broke loose because the storm we were watching went tornado warned. It
Not
launched.
you.
It
You're
launched.
too big.
It launched a barn, dropped an EF3 PDS 15 miles away, and that was when I called it. And I said, no, I'm not, because I had David with me at the time, and he was what 14, 15 years old. That was 3 years ago, and I didn't want to put him through that trauma because it was wreaking havoc. It was raising hell, and people's lives were being affected, and I chose not to chase it. But we ended up catching a tornado later that night, you know. Um, but it only takes one storm, and that will forever. It only takes one, and especially if you want to get into live streaming, it only takes one storm to launch your channel. Whether you grow, what you do with that after that, yeah, that's up to you. It really is. Am I out there? to get subscribers. Yeah, I want as many people to know what I'm doing as I can. No, Cody. No, Cody. Cody. Oh, come on. Two is too many. Come on. No, you're not doing that to me. Sorry, guys. Trying to have like three dogs in my lap. You just can't do it. Yeah, it's a good time. Really is a good time. uh, oh yeah, we have tracked. Uh, we've put in well when we were down in Louisiana back whenever that was back in January or whenever it was. I think we actually put like 1,500 miles
Wet.
easily, even though we were 5 hours away. We still, we easily put in, and even here in Arkansas, we've put in 500-600 miles in a chase easily. All righty, you got it, you got it. We will do the chicken dance for sure. Oh, you will do the chicken dance, D-man. You're gonna, yeah, you'll do the chicken dance. Just wait and see. You'll do it. That's what we should have done, Mom. Next time we meet up, next time we're gonna do chicken dance. I should have thought of doing that. People would have looked at us like, "What are you doing?" We'll get everybody doing the chicken dance. We'll have a chicken dance conga line. Yeah, and I'm sure our paths will cross again someday. I may. I tell you what. When we get up to Pennsylvania, I'm going to try to get everybody up there to do the chicken dance. We'll get all the chasers, everybody. I mean, everybody up there. We'll get everybody involved.
I'm not doing it. Care what you say.
All righty, that sounds like a deal, D-man. That's a deal. Mm. Hey, family first, Mama G. Family first. I respect that. Hey, Julie. Glad to have you here.
Mm. Mm.
Glad to have you.
But
What are you
they're playing
doing? Playing and getting it right with Vader.
Ryan and
Brr. All right, guys. What else you got? What else you got for me? Anybody got any huge plans for tomorrow? Me, I got to work. That's my plans. Oop,
her.
going to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Boy,
I am too pretty soon.
it's early.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, it is. 11 o'clock. Anybody got any plans for tomorrow?
Early in.
Hmm?
Julie's in.
Mm-hmm.
Look at her.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you're in, not Cody.
Mm, that was funny. Phew, that would be something, Mama D. That would be. I tell you what, when you get into those outer vortexes, man, they they will scare the crap out of you. That was what happened to us when we were up in Missouri and we caught that MCV up there. Man, that was the strangest, absolute. That was scary because we got the RFD, and then it got really quiet, and then all of a sudden, my God, we got our asses handed to us, and that was when our car picked up. And I was like, "What in the world was that?" And that was actually the another rotation going over. It was like, "Whoa." That was pretty sketchy. I'll tell you what, it'll make you think twice when your car's being whipped around and that, because you're not sure what's going on. um, we were in Mississippi when we were chasing those storms that hit Nashville, and and we got into the RFD of that, but we actually RFD, you got to watch RFD because it can do as much almost as much damage as a damn tornado because we were down in Tunica and south, and we got into the RFD of a tornado warning storm. We had tails coming down at us, and we were watching it, and we drove down as they were saying that the rotation was there, and it was pitching 2-inch hail, and I said, no, we're not going to do that. And we got into the RFD, and we were having trees slung at us and branches, and I was like, nope, we're done. I'm not doing that, And so you gotta really watch getting into the RFD. I mean, it'll throw you around. Them 70+ mile an hour winds will absolutely raise hell with you if you're not used to it. And at that time, we were not used to being in those big exciting winds. Getting a little better at it. What? Ooh, barbecue sounds good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We that's kind of like when we were in we were chasing up in Kansas, and we decided to go over to Wichita. Was it Wichita? No, we dropped down into Broken Arrow. We got in. We got right behind that tornado in Broken Arrow. We were watching it, and I mean, guys, that tornado literally at one point was less than 5 miles away from us. The circulation, and they said it was on the ground. I'm like, the lights are still on. Come on, and then it touched down kind of outside of Broken Arrow there, and there was like no way we were going to catch it because we were in town and that. And we tried. We come up behind it, and we decided to get back on the freeway. But you get into that, and it's like, oh my God, it is that is some of the roughest times to be in is when you get into those big winds and hanging onto the steering wheel and you're trying to figure, and you're seeing things blow by you. It's kind of wild. It gets crazy. Yeah, you'd be there live. I don't do a lot of barbecue, to be honest with you. Um, Yeah, you guys down there have had some storms. I heard it got pretty wild, wild and crazy. You know, and a severe storm can be just as crazy. You know, I mean, it's weather is fun. Weather is to roll by and just go chase it. Hey, it is it is crystal clear out here right now. We had clouds earlier today, but man, there was no wind. It wasn't even blowing. Even in the lower levels, it was just they just kind of sat there doing nothing, just doing nothing. You're about to fall out of my lap, girl. Yes, you are. You can't be cold. It's nice out here. Yeah, yeah, D man. Can't be a chaser, not put miles on your car.
Got to break it in
Gotta,
somehow.
yeah, yeah. Do what Tammy said. You got to break it in. Got to break it in. It's the only way to do it. Break it in
Got to
properly.
break it in so you know what's wrong with it.
All right. Break it in so you know what to do. Know how to handle your car in a wind, man. And if you ever get it, here's a good little nugget. If you ever get into hail,
Don't matter if it's leaf.
are we back? Did I lose anybody? All right, guys. Phone overheated. Uh, oh, come on, I can't see. All right. Whew. Sorry, guys. Phone overheated big time. Major big time. Tornado bug coffee. Hmm. And let me go.
Really?
There. Yeah, the phone actually overheated, folks. It's gonna do that.
Tell him what a kid told me yesterday. Came up to the
What?
car.
I don't know.
The kid came up to the car yesterday and asked me when the next tornado.
Oh yeah. You want to hear something funny? So, Tammy's sitting in a parking lot, right? And kid come up to her and says, "Well, when's the next tornado gonna be?" And her response was, I don't know." Like, how do we know these things? We don't. Oh, that was funny. People are so funny. So funny. Actually hilarious. Guys, I apologize for the phone overheating. It's got to cool down. It's the fire's hot. It's not so much outside. It's the fire. I'm about 4 or 5 feet away from it.
Ryan did it. I blamed it on Ryan.
Blame it on Ryan. That sounds about right. He's asleep anyway. But yeah, yeah. It was a.
Yeah,
It was
he
a.
was
Yeah.
like 8 or 16.
Yeah. About 16, 17-year-old kid. But at least and I look at it this way: when somebody asks you a question like that, it means they're interested. They want to know. And even though they may be joking or they may be still I think it's good because they're like, okay, I can accept that. If they can accept it, that you really can't forecast, you know um, what's going on. I mean,
But he seen the sign and he just
yeah,
had to come up and ask.
yeah. They see our car. I mean, we're out in the community, and
I'm always out there.
and Tammy's always out there. You know,
I don't care what you tell him if I spark.
you know, and it's always
I spark for
yeah,
her right now.
yeah. Tammy's sparking right now on and helping us out, but you know, that gets the name out too. We get our QR code. That's really going to help us. Gonna be one of the things really going to help us.
But no, it gets her name out there, and people around town are
People
starting to
people are
ask me.
people are people are actually talking about it. I mean, we have a local Facebook page, and somebody was actually asking about a local storm chaser that they've seen run around town, and it's like, yeah, I got on there and I said, yeah, that was us. Probably have seen us. We've probably been to your house because my wife sparks and that. So we people in a community once they find out, you know, they'll jump in and that. And,
Once it starts, the weather starts
yeah,
getting bad.
once the weather starts picking up again, we'll have a lot of local folks in here. Yeah, see that's what's happening to us is people are going, oh, that is you, and I think it's it's good to be out in the community, let people know, hey, I'm a storm chaser, and feel free to come up. I tell anybody, feel free to come up, talk to us, ask us questions. If we can answer them, we will. If we're chasing, jump in the stream. I'm telling people all the time at work, man, I live stream, picked up, a few subscribers here and there. And, they get all excited. Tammy said the same thing, oh, you're a storm chaser. Yeah. What's it like? Answer the question and that. Do I need to go rustle that fire up a little bit?
No, it's good. Didn't you get it hot again?
But it is a lot of fun, just being out there, and people start recognizing, yeah, because they know when they see a storm chaser in town, or they see a storm chaser, they're like, oh, something's up, especially the bigger names. you know now I live here. Yeah, she's modding over. Marcy's over there with Dio doing his thing. Yeah, they always want to ask, what's it like? And do you ever get scared? My response to that, to are you ever scared? And I am not afraid, and I'm not ashamed to say it. Yes, I am. Because if you're not scared and you do not respect that storm, you are going to get hurt. Storm chasing is scary business, and yeah, it's windy. That's a classic right there. Yep, it's windy. Or if it's like a day like today, I say, yeah, it's cloudy. you know, I to make it fun. But when somebody asks me, and I've had people ask me before, you ever scared? And I go, yeah. There've been a lot of times I've been scared, and I'm like, check. Try getting having lightning strike within 15 foot of your vehicle, and you got to check and make sure everything's good. You know, um, that is scary. That is scary. That's scary business.
I'm not that scared anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I think we, Tammy and myself, I think we've come a long ways, guys. From when we first started, guys. I want you to know I just hit a milestone. 3 years live streaming. So we've been doing this for 3 years, and in the 3 years, um, both Tammy and I, we've come a long ways in our chasing. I mean, we are now getting better at getting into the storms, finding them and tracking them down and staying hanging with them. Um, and it's not it's
That's because of me.
and a lot of that is because of Tammy. Tammy's very good at getting me on the storms, and you've got to there are some psychological challenges that you really have to overcome in chasing, and until you get to that point, you're going to hang back. You're going to be the guy in the back row, watching from afar until you get on, on it and in it. Um, you see a lot of folks in the streams that go, "Oh, I could. There ain't no way I could drive an." Most people can't. You know, when you can't see the road in front of you because it's raining and it's hailing and you've got hail fog and you can't see the car in front of you, but yet you've got to keep going, or or the ultimate is going to happen. You know,
Now, when we first
um,
started, I did not want to get in, even close.
when we first started chasing, we did not want to be a part of it. We were all right being close, off in the distance, seeing it from afar. And like I said, is as we've grown into chasing, we've gotten more used to it.
We got more people coming in.
Yep, I see him. And
Marcy's in
oh,
now.
hey, Marcy, welcome to the club. Long time no see. No, welcome in,
Uh, Ladies in. Lady Hawk.
Lady Hawk. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, the party's just getting started. All the night owls coming out. Yeah, D man. Where's Marcy?
Hi, Marcy.
Good to have everybody here, guys. We're having a good time. We're talking about chasing and what's it like, and trying to get D man to put some miles on his car. Go chasing. It's been a good one. Been a good one. We've had a this has been a fun little stream, because we're able to hang out, and talk about stuff that's not happening, and give them some heads up.
I even give a lady one of my whistles.
Yeah, we Tammy Tammy was out sparking the other day, and and she lives by herself, and we have these emergency whistles, and Tammy just had one on her keychain, and you know and she gave her emergency whistle to the gal. She said, "What's this for?" And she goes, "This is for in case something happens, whether you're in a tornado or not, or an emergency of some sort. You have a whistle. You can blow it to let people know where you are." She goes, "Really?" I go. She goes, "Yeah, that this can save your life." Um, and she was very grateful. She was like, "Wow, that's really cool." And so it's the little things. You can help somebody ease their anxiety, just by the smallest little thing, like a whistle. you know um and I think that was very cool, because a lot, and 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 she was apparently had a lot of storm anxiety. She's by herself. I get it. Totally understand that. you know
Tell her everything to do.
Yep. Oh yeah, that'd be a good trip. Here in June, you might actually get on some storms up there. D-Man. Actually, yep, whistles are the thing to give out because they really can save your life, and I'm a firm believer. I have one on my keychain, you know, on my on my
I gotta
car,
get another one on mine.
and that is one of the things that we're going to be giving away when we're up in PA. Is we're going to give all the
If I don't get them all away.
if we don't give them all away before then. But yeah, whistles. We're going to be doing whistles and stuff like that. We've got a raffle bag that we got to get put together yet. Uh,
We got a lot of stuff we still have to get.
we got to look at a Midland. Um,
None of I'm got them already. I just have to order them.
yeah, I know. We just got to order some stuff, but we're gonna put in a Midland uh, weather radio. Got to have one of those. We actually have a portable weather radio in our vehicle, especially on the high end days. Definitely can save your life. Got a little bag that we're putting together, and but yeah, a lot of fun, a lot of fun, a lot of fun. Leslie, what are you up to? Good to have you in here. Good to see you. Good to see you. These are the type of streams I really enjoy because we can sit down. We've got enough experience in here in the chat. We can talk about things, the do's and don'ts, some of the funny, um, you know,
Now when we get on around chases, it's like you're going up. I don't want to go get him that boat's like us get in there.
yeah, let's get into it. Yeah, now we're before we would sit there and go, no, we're not going to get close. Now it's like, oh, we got to get in there and we've got to get, it's like, yeah, we're past that. I don't want to do it no more. All right, welcome back. Hopefully we can de- decompress. Decompression. That's what this is. This is about decompression. we're, we're so decompressed here. We have not chased a storm in 3 weeks,
4 weeks.
4 weeks, a month. It's been very low key, and that's one reason why I haven't really done a fireside chat, guys. Is just there's nothing going on. I mean,
It's been hot.
it's been hot. It there just has not been anything. I am kind of expecting this to be a very hot summer. It's only May. We're going into June. We might see some weather in June somewhere. I'm not expecting anything to really get going until later in June, July, August, September, even for us here in Arkansas. Although things, if this El Nino kicks in, we might get some more weather coming in um, off of that. But guys, it's gonna be a slow go um, for chasing storms. I'm just gonna tell you now, you're not gonna see us out there chasing a whole lot. It just isn't in this year. This is a weird year. This is an anomalous year for weather. We've already seen it. We're seeing it. Oh, very cool. Tell him I said hello. Montana. But
When you're coming here, girl.
you know what that sound is? That's a Mountain Dew.
Marcy, I'm gonna kick your butt.
Yeah, Marcy, when you coming to Arkansas?
ODL is.
Oh, DL's coming here?
No,
No,
headed to Montana.
Montana.
Really.
Yeah, DL's going to Montana. Yeah, I mean, D-Man, whenever you're ready to pull the trigger. And we got storms. More than welcome to come down. We'll go. We'll go. we will go. You can
Come
play.
out in July, Marcy. You could go up to PA with us.
Yeah, Marcy, come out, come out. Hey, yeah, that there you go, Marcy, come out with us in July. D-Man, you're welcome. Go to PA. You're not that far from Pennsylvania. We're 13 hours. Yeah, that's probably true too. You'll be out here before Marcy, more than likely. I want to go rustle that up though.
Okay.
But yeah. Oh, all right, guys, I gotta go stir the fire.
We'll drive, Marcy, and you
Yeah.
can just ride.
Yeah, we're driving. We're gonna be live streaming. That'd be a hoot. That'd be great fun. Let's see. I can't see where dogs are. Gotta find my poker stick.
That's 2 months, Marcy.
I can't see. I put the logs on fire. Flip some things on.
You need a vacation. Watch my dog.
Oh, there's a dog there.
Yeah.
Casey, I just about took you out, buddy. Oh, smoke in the eyes. Ooh, bugs on me. Yeah.
There's a cricket right there.
Crickets.
A black one that my dog's chasing.
Shine light over here. Over here. Where's the dog at? Yeah. I didn't even see Casey. Glad you
One
said
there, one there, one there, and
glad
one
you
over.
said something. Oh, oh, oh. That fire will get going. It will get going.
I don't know where the other one went.
It's in. It's up in Pennsylvania. Tars, Tars Township or something like that. Hang on. Let's see. I know. Hang on just a second. Gotta go. Can't remember where I posted it. Thought I posted it on.
Where are we going?
Yeah. I posted a thing up in our chat. Time ago. Do do do. Do do do. Where's it at? I know I posted it. Hush. If you're gonna go chase stuff, shush. Let's see. Da 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 da. Ouch. Ah, dog. Out of my face. Scare me. Hmm. Okay, maybe I thought I had a deal on it, but anyway, I don't. I don't. I don't. Yep, I don't. Oh, hell no. Yeah, I will. I'll get you the information. It is July 11th. Um, I think is the actual day. We're going to be up there. We're leaving.
Friday night.
We're leaving.
That Sunday.
Yeah, we're going to be up there Friday. We're leaving
Sunday.
Thursday night.
And
Thursday or Friday. Thursday night.
Thursday.
Get up there Friday.
Thursday night, probably around 5.
Yeah, we'll be leaving here Thursday night about 5, so we can get up there. We got a room through Sunday, and it's a Saturday, and that,
They're telling us ghost stories.
and they're yeah yeah. Hang on, let me get
I
on.
think it's a discharge.
No, I can find it real quick. Just gotta get there.
My phone's funny.
My phone's being twinky. Let's see. That's it. That's not it. That's part of it. Hang on, I'm trying to find the actual. Because they've got a website that you can go to there. Yeah. Copy link. Throw it into the chat. Come on. You want to.
No, that ain't it.
Why, why are you not?
I
Oh,
got their t-shirt
come
where you
on.
can get their hats and all that.
Come on. Now my phone won't let me put it in there. What is going on? Er, all right. I got to back out of this. It's being stupid. It won't let me post anything. It won't let me post anything. Really? Anyway, it is posted over on Discord. I will post it in general. I'll post it in the general. Ooh, Mama G, that is a whoa. I'm looking at Mama G's pictures over on Discord, guys. Over in the general section. You want to see some close lightning? Go check those pictures out. Wowzer. There you go. I just posted it over on Discord. You can click on it. It'll take you to their official website. Wow. That's some crazy lightning. I don't know why it will not. There we go. Or you can press on that. I don't know. Oh, because it went 4 things over. That's why it won't let me post it. Are you kidding me? Good Lord. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I posted it over on Discord in the general section. Um, or you can click on the where it just Streamlabs just popped it up in the chat. I probably need to make that go a little bit more than what it is, but cool, cool. Yeah, if it works out, if you want to meet up with us, I can let them know that you're coming. You can hang out with us and be part of my little group, or
I got it.
or you
If
can,
he wants to, we got an extra person week.
yeah,
I've got 4 people in the motel.
we got a
I
motel,
only got 3 right now.
so we've got room for you. If you want to hang out with us, you can more than welcome to come with us. Be a part of our group. I've got room for one more. Hang out. That'd be great. Like I said, I'm gonna get a hold of Josh and find out if there's gonna be any music there because I will live stream it. I'll live stream the whole thing. Just set the camera up and we'll we'll shoot whatever's going on. We'll walk around and do that. But I gotta find out first if there's gonna be any music playing. If there is, then that would be a no go because I do not need to get monetized ding for that, um, which would cut everything out. Um, so I've got to talk to Josh about that.
D man, you better be good. I can pick on you on that.
Oh yeah. If you decide and you can do it, D man, just beware. Tammy's a smart ass, and so am I, and we will pick on
No,
you.
you're the JA.
I'm the J.
Smart.
Yeah, Tammy's a smart ass. I'm just a jackass.
And trust me, I can make you think that it's serious.
Yeah, she can lay one up on you, but we like to mess around and joke around. No joke. Um,
Like right now, I could say something about that comment.
yeah, yeah, yeah. She could. Yeah. Takes two to tango. Oh, you better. Yeah, she's good.
On that one.
She's good. And she ain't afraid to go there.
I'll be nice tonight.
She's being nice
For a change.
for a change. But you going to bed? Uh, Tammy's going in. Tammy's going in. Yep. Oh, good night. It's a good night to have a fire out in your front yard, talking about all kinds of weirdness. Talk about storms that aren't happening. Talk about storms that have happened. Guys, it's a weird year for weather. If you guys, and I know a lot of you in here that follow weather, it's been crazy. The northern plains have taken off. Down here in Dixie, where it's supposed to be, ain't doing jack squat. Even the plains haven't taken off. And usually by now, Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas usually are the leaders of the pack. They're not getting up. Oklahoma has zero tornadoes, folks. Let that soak in for about 5 minutes. Think about that one. Oklahoma has zero tornadoes in the month of May. Absolutely unheard of. That's a scary fact. Uh, Arkansas has I looked it up. We have 18 confirmed so far through May. Usually by now we're sitting at about 20, 30. We haven't even hit that mark yet. Um, for severe storms here in Arkansas. That's why I have not been chasing a whole lot. I just ain't nothing out there to chase. I'm going to start chasing sunshine, you know, and have thought about that just for shits and giggles. Um, just go out and do a stream. Hey, what did we chase? Oh, we're chasing sunshine. If we catch a cloud, that'd be our storm, and just poke fun at it because it is kind of funny. I think it is very hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, D man, I do the same thing, you know. I mess with my customers as well. I mean, and I mess with some of them. Oh my gosh. Yep. Yep. That's good. I like to have fun, especially on a vibe day, just a driving vibe. They're fun. I know it gets boring on some of those, but a lot of times, guys, there just isn't a whole lot to talk about. You know, it's kind of like fireside chats. Not a whole lot. I don't have a whole lot, but sometimes it's just kind of wild and weird and what have you. You know, and I've really been contemplating on jumping over and streaming some over on Twitch. Um, trying to figure out if I really want to do that. If I want to do that, then I got to do a different streaming setup. Um, I'm not sure I really want to do that. I've done it before, um, and so we'll be we'll be talking about that at a certain point. Um, I know there's a lot of streamers. There are streamers out there that are chasing that stream on Twitch, YouTube, and a couple of the other lesser known areas. Um, and I've heard Twitch actually pays more. It's actually a better stream. So I've been kind of tempted to do that as well, um, just because I can. Um, Not sure how it would go, but I haven't pulled the trigger on that one yet. So got some other avenues we're looking at. Um, trying to reach the masses as much as possible, if that's even. I know it's cliche, but um, anything helps. I'd rather stream on Twitch. There's another one out there called Kick. I was on it. I actually did a stream on it earlier today, but you know it's not very big out there. You could always go to TikTok. People are always streaming over on TikTok. I'm not much of a TikTok fan, but I could. You know, people eat that stuff up over on TikTok, but actually YouTube pays more. Twitch pays better than TikTok. So I don't know. I don't know which way I want to go. But if I did the restream thing that way, then I could have the guests on. And I've thought about doing that. It's just you got to have a computer to really do it properly. And with my internet being what it is, it's kind of hard. That's one reason why I have not been streaming off my computer is because our Starlink is really slow right now for whatever reason. And I've got to move my Starlink out about 150 foot to get it in a more clear space. It's all right now, but where the trees are really hindering it right now because they're in leaves and they're blocking a lot of the satellite and stuff. So it makes it kind of hard. Um, Kind of like Starlink in your car. If you get around the trees, I really don't like them. So I'm kind of battling that, but we'll get there. um, yeah, we'll. it'll be, um, I got to sit down and figure out how, how to really do that because if I do the restream thing, which is actually a really good program, I have not used it for chasing because once you're on their program, you can't zoom in and out, and that's something that you got to use their program, and I've talked to the developers and that, and they just haven't got there yet. I keep saying, this is why I haven't done this. But for a like a fireside chat, it would be perfect for a fireside chat where where I could have guests come in and we can talk about bounce questions back and have a Q&A with the chat. Um, and so I've really been bouncing that around. I've really thought about it, um, doing that like on one laptop. I've got two laptops. Technically, I could do it um, through Restream. Um for one, and then the other. But the thing is once you change it over, I got to remember to get it off a restream when we're chasing. And I might forget that, so But it's definitely doable. Restream is actually very easy because all I would do is send you an invite and you come in and you're on the stream. You can have. I think I can have actually up to like 5 people for free. If I wanted to. So, I've been looking at possibly getting some chasers up there, in there, and all of that, and just have talk about some fun stuff and get a bunch of the lesser known chasers and just have a good time. Kind of like hate to say it, but that's what Stormfront Freaks does. They get chasers on there, they play games, and I'm not into the game playing business, but they have everybody pop in and the the chat goes crazy. Why not? Marcy, I'd rather you didn't. Not nothing against DL. It's just nah. I really, I really wouldn't. Not, not. Um, um, yeah, I mean, put a face to the mods. Why not? We can do a mod night. We can do a mod night. We can do a chaser night. We can do whatever. You can get some of these chasers. I'm sure I could get Josh from PA Stores in there. You um, and that. You know, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to get a lot of the bigger names, but that's something that I'm going to be definitely gonna because I know some of the chasers up there, and I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't mind getting the exposure, to start out with, and it's going to be a good time. I know a bunch of the chasers that are going up there, and I've been a huge fan of a lot of them, and that, and I think it's going to be a good networking for us, and you never know what's going to happen, you know. But I plan on talking to them about it and say, hey, I do, this is what I'm doing. Would you want to be a part of it? I've had Ty Metalhead. We did a practice stream one time, and it kind of worked, but I haven't really looked into it, so I don't know all the ins and outs of it. Because there is some planning that's got to go into it more than so you're not talking over each other and stuff like that. Yeah, I think like I said, D-man. It's definitely something that's doable, especially in the off season, like right now when there's nothing going on. Um, you know, put a face to some of these things that's going on. Uh-oh. And she took them. That's her. Now, So, that all being said, I will be right back. I gotta run in the house real quick. Look out, though. Come on, off. I'll be right back. Gotta stretch my. Telling me stories, folks. Telling me stories. Yeah, they ain't out here, honey. Unless I'm blind. It's just a possibility. Check your phone. Check my phone. What am I checking my phone for? Oh, guys, it is getting froggy outside. It's actually, we're getting a temperature inversion happening right in front of us. It's getting foggy. It's cooling down. Cooling down. Oh, check my phone. Yeah, it's getting a little warm. Getting a little warm. I'm betting it's not as bad as it was. Yeah, it's not near as hot as it was before when it died. But yeah, it's fire is just really smoky right now. But I wish you could see out in the pasture. Oh, it is foggy, eerie. It's actually cooled down quite a bit, down to 68. Nice. Yeah, she's she's thing about Tammy is she really is she does not like her picture taken, and she really don't like talking in on camera. But you get her in chat, oh yeah, it's all over. It's all over. But anyway, well, guys, I appreciate everybody being here. I know I don't say that enough, but you know, whether we have two or three people in here, or we got thousands of people in here. Hey, it's always a good time. I enjoy it. I enjoy being on stream. Um, I enjoy it. I used to, before I ever started on YouTube, I used to actually get on Facebook and stream, the rain here in Arkansas because I had a bunch of I've got a bunch of friends out in Washington State and they've never seen rain and lightning like we get down here, and I'd do it for them, and oh yeah, that's kind of cool. I have one or two people pop in that and that's you know sitting behind a camera. It's a fun time. It really is. Always a good time. Boy, I see a face. You guys look to the left where that big stump is. There's a face there. There's a face. If you look at it just right, you see a face. Got two eyes. Got a nose. Got a smiley mouth. Here, I'll even zoom in so you can see it. It's right there. You guys see that? Right there. See him? Weird. Amazing what you see. Whoa, whoa, stop. Isn't that crazy? Oh, my fire is just about done. I'm gonna have to go stir it up again, guys. Yeah, you see it? That's crazy. Got a got a glowing spot right between his eyes. Very quiet out here. Hear the crickets? Listen to the crickets. And if you're just joining us, this is a fireside chat. If you're lurking in the background, hey, jump in the chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from. That's what keeps this thing going is the chat. That's what we're doing. We're just BSing. That's all we're doing. That's all it's what it's all about. Come see us. Join us. Very quiet in chat. Where'd everybody go? Fires. I'll tell you what, that fire's hot enough. It'll be going. If it doesn't rain next day or so, it will be going. I could literally come out 3 days later and start a fire off of what we got going now. Oh, good. Good to know. It's good to know in chat. Actually, chatting. There's a thing about chatting, and and you learn this in this when you're streaming that if the chat is really rolling, that's how the algorithm actually picks you up. And that's how people find you and see you and when they jump in the chat really rolls. That's why you hear a lot of chasers when the chat's really getting kind of sluggish, they'll say, hey, where are you tuning in from? They might have 700 800 to 1,000 people in their chat and the chat be dead. But the very minute that they start, and they ask that question, there's keywords that they ask, like, hey, where are you tuning in from? Let us know, because that gets the chat rolling. And once that chat rolls, more people tend to, the algorithm picks you up. Lightning? You got lightning? Oh, oh, gotcha. No, that's cool. I mean, I get it, but yeah, there's YouTube's really changed a lot of the way they do their algorithm is really weird. Um, if the chat's really rolling, the algorithm's set up to pick it up. You know, uh, it's really bizarre. All right, I'm gonna go stir the fire up. Be right back. Hopefully, I won't trip over something. We're just gonna stir this thing. Get him. Turn log. There's the dog. Found the dog. Tripped over Rose. Sorry, Rose. Really. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I tripped over Rose. She's seen her a time or two. Man, I didn't even see her and tripped. Almost landed on my nose. Yeah, no, D man, I get it. I get it. It does cost a lot of money. Oh, you got weather? Cool. You got, hey, send the rain my way, Marcy. Send the rain my way. We need the rain. We got nothing. Guys, we ain't got nothing, dude. It's almost boring. It is almost boring. Yeah, you got a little bit of rain out there, Marcy. Not much. Not much. You got more stuff out by Tonto National Forest, a little mess out there, but really not much. I mean, really little rain showers at this point. Big boundary low up there. Really ain't a lot. All the storms actually are Sioux Falls. Up in that area. That's where the weather is. Really not a lot up in there either. Yep, I think it'd be a great time. Would be a lot of fun. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Brady's something else. Yeah, he's a hot mess. He is a hot mess. That poor guy. He is a hot mess. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's all I got for him. He's just a hot mess. But his heart's in it, and that's all that matters. His chat is messed up, but it's a lot of fun. People like that, and if you look at actually who's in his chat, it's a bunch of the younger crowd. It's kind of giving free reign over it. Yeah, yeah, yep, he is. But yeah, his streams are, if you're like, what in the world did I walk into? But it's funny because he's got it hooked up the way he's got it set up. I mean, he's dialed in. He knows what's going on. Um, his Discord is crazy. That's where he goes and tells everybody, go post your memes. He's got the bigger names on there that just love to give him crap, and he's okay with it. You know, and he's hooked up. I mean, he's got it. Oh mama, oh mama. But yeah, it's weathertainment. Exactly what it is. He's high energy. You know, uh, you can see right through him. When he gets his leg cramps, he's a guy that gets that many leg cramps in one day. He's got issues, and or the spider thing, or whatever it is to be. But it gets the crowd excited. It's what they go there for. Um, he's fun to watch. I mean, you know enjoy it. I can get on there. I'll mess around. Yeah, yeah. It's like what? I can see where that would kind of throw you. Oh, mama. Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, he's got people in the background. You know, doing a lot of. I mean, he's got some stuff on there that there's no way I could even come up with. He's got. But he's got the bigger name people. You know, he's got Mason on there. I respect Mason. I almost met Mason here a couple weeks ago, but we were trying to get connected, and it just didn't work out. But Mason's always one. He's always one that I've wanted to meet. Patrick and them and that. Yeah, eventually, yeah, we'll meet up somewhere along the line. I like Mason. Stu's is kind of funny. He just kid doing his thing, but that's what gets the people rolling. You know, it's doable. I mean, if you could work out a vacation, do a Dixie do a Dixie chasecation, do it. I think it's almost hilarious. All these folks are doing their chasecations because May usually is very active, and all these people had planned for May, and May's bombed. At this point, I would be shooting more for August, September, doing a chasecation. That's what I'd really do because May is definitely out. June might be a little more active. I don't see anything really happening until later on in June. Um, but you know, you know, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Look at who he's got around him. Yep, they sure did, and that's and that's sometimes that's what it takes. Marcy, it's like 61 degrees in my house right now. Feels actually really good. Good sleeping. And I like I love the podcast. I thought they were awesome. I really enjoyed them, um, and it really gave you an insight into a lot of different areas. You um, I think that that in itself says a lot. Um, and they were able to branch that out even um past weather. They were able to keep it all weather related, but um, they the way they had that set up was actually really cool. Yeah, and that's the thing. This Omega block is it's bad. I just looked at the radar and I'm like, oh my God, this is end of May. It's going to be bad. June is not looking much better. Sorry to say. My weather, and I get my weather off an app. It's weather. God, what is it called? What is it called? It's WX, but it's shoot, what's it called? It's WX on the station. It's all everything comes from the weather. Like mine comes out of Little Rock, so it's actually what it is. And they've been saying it's going to rain like tomorrow. It's like a 20% chance of rain. They might go up to 40% Monday night. Before it was like up to 70, 80%. And I was like, I was getting all excited because I was gonna go chase tomorrow night. No, not gonna happen. Tuesday they're calling for 50%, 50, 40, 30, 40, 60. Thursday they're saying we might get some stuff, and that's still quite a ways out. Friday, I just don't see it happening. Even the convective outlooks just doesn't look promising at all. But it really has everything on it that you really need. I mean, it has all of your drafts and stuff like that. It's kind of cool. Yeah, there again, I think I think this time of year, if you were going to go chasing, you'd have to be in the northern plains because that seems to be where everything's at. Between like South Dakota and northern Texas area, um, you're going to see structure more than you're going to see. You might see some tornadoes. Don't get me wrong, but I think you would see more structure than you would anything else. Yeah, I mean, and that's the difference. We've got such a dome over top of Arkansas right now. Ugh, it's frustrating. Yeah, crickets. That's what you're hearing in the background. Crickets, crickets. Gotta love crickets. Yeah, and you're right. You're right. Structure isn't always a bad thing. Yes, Mama G, I looked at those. Holy smoke, those were insane, guys. If you're in the chat, go get on the Discord. Go look at Mama G's pictures. They're in the general tab. Go see her lightning. That is some insane lightning. That is some intense lightning. Yeah, I like structure. I love to see it. Every now and then, everybody, you don't find very many people that love shelf clouds. I love shelf clouds. I think they are the coolest thing, and I'll go out even at work, man. I'm out there shooting pictures and video and that just because of because shelf clouds are they come in, they roll in, you know what's behind them, and you just brace yourself because it's like getting smacked by a 2x4. Whew, you're lucky. Whew. I'll bet it was. I will say this when it comes to lightning. I was in Wyoming, and this was back in the '80s. All right, so I will be 62 years old, guys. I'm an old chase. I'm an old guy, and I was going to the University of Wyoming, and I went up on this little plateau outside of Laramie there, and I was I was watching a lightning storm, and people say, oh, lightning storms, they travel one direction. Not necessarily. I actually watched a lightning storm go completely around me and then took off. And then it circled up the hill and came over top of my head. And it was about dusk time. And I remember looking out, and there was a hawk, and he was catching that updraft, and he took off, and that was kind of cool. And I looked up, and I went, "Oh!" And the lightning was not just flashing; it was actually circular. Where the wind would catch the lightning bolt and whip it around, and I was like, "Oh crap!" And I looked up, and I saw the bun literally right above my head. Didn't know what it was at the time. It was just a cool storm. And all of a sudden, I felt the hair on my arm started standing up, and I was like, "Oh crap!" And I was driving a Datsun B210 pickup truck, if I remember, a little red thing, and I had the antennas. So I went out. I was like, "This is gonna be cool. Let's play around with the electricity in the air because it was very electric." And I started arcing off the antenna. I was like, "Oh, this can't be good." And so I'm I jump in the truck at about that time because I realized what was about to happen. I got in the truck and I took off, and I kid you not, a lightning bolt literally struck within 2 minutes of where I was at. I was like, "Oh my god, that was way too close." And ever since then, I love lightning. I mean, lightning is very scary, and it can be very scary if you're caught in it, but to watch it do what it does and the different kinds of lightning, absolutely freaking amazing. Amazing. Um, Seen a lot of lightning in Wyoming. I've seen lightning actually go around a canyon rim, and it started out real white. By the time it got around to the rim, it was actually purple, and it flashed purple. Absolutely. Of course, you never have a camera when you need one, but I've seen lightning hit the ground and sling mud. I've seen lightning blow up bushes, um, lightning strike. Of course, we've seen it on the stream and that, but lightning is something you don't want to mess around with. I mean, but it is very fascinating at how powerful lightning really is. I think that if you want good pictures, if you love lightning, go take some pictures of lightning, and there's all kinds of ways to do it. You know, I love lightning. Yeah, and you'll hear me on a stream get excited when I like when a lightning strike goes. It's like, man, I get excited. There's just something about lightning that just it's like drawing the moth to the flame, to the fire. Don't want to be stuck in it, but you want to be able to see it. Mr. Twister's in the house. What's up, bud? Oh, thank you for the disco ball. The birds were flying backwards. Oh no. Oh no. Now that's crazy. I've never seen a bird fly backwards. Oh, thank you for the 6 jewels. Woo-hoo. It's awesome. Thank you, sir. Good to have you here. Kind of late, but it's the nighttime. Everybody's on vacation. Got tomorrow off. I got to work tomorrow. I got to be at work at 10 o'clock. Hey, we're chilling right now. We're just having a good time. So, Mr. Twister, what are your thoughts on the weather? I know you follow it. I know you're up and coming. What are your thoughts on the weather pattern so far? Oh my gosh. Ah, all right. Good to have you here. Glad you showed up. And lightning is the best. You are so correct. All righty. Take care. Good night. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's crazy. I can honestly say I've never seen birds fly backwards. I've seen them get blown around and done some crazy shenanigans, but never seen a bird fly backwards. I've seen them get well. I guess I have because wind will shove them back, but they just like never can get where they need to go. Poor things. You see that a lot, actually. You see that a lot in like during a hurricane because bird will get caught up in the eye and they fly around the eye because it's the calmest and they got nowhere to land. You see that a lot, and that's you know kind of a death sentence for birds when they get into the eye of a hurricane because they can't mm, get past the winds and the rotation and sad. Hey, Josh, welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to have you here. Thanks for showing up. Go tell your friends. Pop in the chat. Let's get this thing rolling. I know it's late. It's almost 20 minutes to 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm okay. It's okay. Yeah, I actually was looking at models earlier and I was like, man, you got nothing. Ain't nothing out there. Matter of fact, I was actually looking at models about 3 hours ago just to see if there was a hint of something out there. And be honest with you, end of May is done. It ain't. if there's anything, it ain't gonna be much. I don't think. June, first part of June, yeah, probably about the same. I mean, we're down here in Arkansas. We're getting into that time of year where we might have a pop up shower here and there, but nothing major. Yeah, if you know any night owls, tell them to get in the chat. This is one of those. It might get crazy. Oh, cool. I'll go look at it here in a few. Um, yeah, when you know, I when was it? God, it was last year 4th of July, and I've got the video. We were watching the fireworks. We're out on the lake. Oh God, where were we at? We were we were up we were up on the lake, um, Heber Springs, up in that area, and there was a lightning storm in the back, off in the distance, and I was looking and I was like, God, I believe, and I honestly truly believe. I got to go back and look at the video because I never did anything with it, but I actually think I caught some sprites um, on the video. Um, and it was really weird because I was like, "Wow, that's red. What's the red?" Well, red. The red was this, but they were so far away you couldn't really see them. But you could see it when I went back and looked at the video. I think sprites are cool, and if you ever get sprites, man, they're a phenomenon all of their own category. Good night, Leslie. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you and your support. Um, but I don't see, and it's one of those I couldn't verify it, but it really looked like it. And I got to dig that video up because I'm not really sure what I did with it. Maybe it's probably on my hard drive somewhere. I've got an external hard drive with all my pictures, and then I have to dig that video up because it, it's really hard to spot, and you'd almost have to zoom in, and I'm not sure I can zoom in that close with it, but it was I had to double take on it and look at it because it wasn't normal, and I actually thought it was just camera glare uh, coming off the water and that, and I think it was sprites. I honestly do, um, which are very uncommon for Arkansas. And if it was, man. So if you're ever out chasing lightning, D-man, get out far enough away. I mean, you got to be 75 miles or better away from the storm, and invest in a lightning. What are they? Um, oh, it's a flash thing that catches the flash and it takes a picture. Um, but if you get out far enough from the storm, you can catch sprites. They're very fast and they're very hard to catch. But your camera, if it's set at the right aperture, you can catch sprites. Um, they're sprites are just a phenomenon that are just absolutely out of this world crazy. Because you got red sprites and you got blue sprites. Hey, CG, morning to you. It is morning. Oh man, that's awesome. Those are what I love. I love Oklahoma storms for the anvil crawlers. I get all giggly. I just get all giggly up in there. I think one of the greatest storms that we were on up over in Oklahoma, and this was a couple years ago, last year, year before. We we were almost Oklahoma City, and we had parked in this this abandoned. Well, we were in a driveway of an abandoned gas station, and we the storm blew by us, and Tammy most incredible lightning pictures because you could see the whole mushroom. I mean, it was a small little storm, but boy, she was lit up, and Tammy got some amazing pictures off her phone, and and believe it or not, where we were at, that that storm actually produced a tornado. And I was like, you got to be kidding me, you know. But that's the way it goes. Oh, I bet. I'll bet. I like the lightning that I love to watch, and we've seen it several times, and you catch it on stream is even more cool. Is where you get a lightning that flashes like three or four times in the same position, but it's broken up. And if you understand lightning, what you're seeing there is literally the wind is slicing through the lightning bolt, causing it to flicker because it's trying to connect. So it keeps flashing, and it blows parts of the actual lightning bolt out, and you get that flicker. It's actually an optical illusion. Where the lightning is it looks like it's flickering, but it's really not. It's the wind cutting, slicing through it. And that is some of the most amazing stuff because those are the powerful ones that that are just so bright, and you can just watch them come down. Um, Trying to think, man, I have seen some crazy lightning in my life. Um, but those are fascinating. I think when you take a picture and you have the the CG that comes down, and if your camera's good enough and you catch the leaders, if you can catch a leader off of it and watch it connect with one that's coming up out of the ground. um, one of the greatest pictures in that I've ever seen was a picture, and this was up in Wyoming. It was taken. I want to say it was down in Colorado, like out of Denver, and the lightning bolt itself literally covered over 150 miles, and there've been a few of those. But in that lightning bolt, they actually were able to catch the leaders, and the ground to cloud, which is actually kind of rare. They were actually able to catch some of those in the capture, but they captured the whole thing, and they were sitting in Wyoming when they took that picture. Pretty cool, pretty fun stuff. Jello, Jello, CG. Uh, but yeah, lightning gets me excited. I get excited over lightning. I miss lightning. I haven't seen any lightning. We haven't had any lightning. We've had a few lightning storms here, but man, nothing lately. CG, what are you up? What you doing? What you doing tonight? What's going on? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Um, Mama G, I got to tell you guys, when I was in Wyoming, I I would literally, and this had I known, God, if I'd known storm chasing was a thing 10 years ago, man, I would have been out there. Um, 7 a.m. Nice. Um, I was at my sister's house, and I was downstairs standing on underneath a stoop of the house, and I watched a lightning bolt strike a tree, and it lit it up. And when it finally broke the sound barrier, I felt the concussion of that thing, and it rocked me. Another bolt hit up on the hillside right next to a house, and that thing knocked me out because I was leaning up against a post of the stoop there. It literally knocked me off the post. I was like shell shocked. I was like, man, and I ran into the house. I was like, nope, that's too close. That's way too close. But yeah, I've seen trees just get obliterated. We had a tree in our backyard last year that got hit. It took out uh, half the tree. I mean, it split it. It's dead. I've got a tree back there, man. Like I said, I ain't never gonna run out of firewood. By the time I get this all burned up, I can go cut on that, and I've got another year's tree back there is probably 3, 4 foot around. I'm just gonna let it fall on its own. But even just the stuff on the ground, I've probably got a year's supply. Thing is huge. Hey, Rich. Yeah, is Tammy gonna hide from me? No, she'll probably be waiting for you with a big stick. Yeah, no, yeah, that'd be great, Rich. That'd be good timing. And I'll definitely use your stuff with your permission. I'll take notes and stuff like that. And we'll look at it. Definitely look at it. We'll definitely look at El Nino because it is a big thing this year. Um, because I got a feeling if this El Nino really kicks in, I got a feeling it's gonna do something is around the corner, and my gut feeling, and so far I've been pretty well right. I think that when we start getting into fall, I think we better be on the lookout for a lot of things because if this El Nino kicks in, Dixie's toast. I'm just gonna tell you. Once it gets in here and we start seeing signs of it actually getting there, I think I think we're in for a doozy. And I may be way wrong, but I just it's this is this is the proverbial calm before the big storm. And I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know. Just it's kind of my gut feeling. I always tend to lean towards the worst case scenario type stuff. Hopefully, I'm wrong. But if I'm right, yeah, I nailed it. Yeah, yeah. Those are the ones. Those are the ones that I worry about. I see California just get waxed. Yeah, super El Ninos are very, very rare. I don't ever recall ever hearing about a super El Nino in the Yeah, California could see a lot of bad stuff. Yeah, exactly. The mudslides, the amount of rain just in California right now would just absolutely bury them. Unfortunately, Arizona, Arizona would see a lot of rain, which that would be almost a curse. We'll see Las Vegas flood again. That's crazy all on its own. Yep. The I just I don't know. Yeah, and yeah, and the snow. Like I know it's way out there, but I if this thing really is what it says it's going to do, I see Arkansas. I see the South getting a lot of snow this year, or it's going to be a lot of rain. And it we can see you know it's not uncommon. I mean, it's really not uncommon for Arkansas to see 2 foot of snow. Um, we've had it before a long, 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 long time ago, and this might be one of those generational things this year that we encounter. Um, Definitely would be out there, documenting it if it is. And it could be. Guys, I'm gonna go stir up the fire. Be right back if I don't trip over a dog. What dog is that? Holly. That's enough. Holly, you're gonna bark. Holly. Push. 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 Get up. Oh, you dumb thing. Oh, this wood does not want to burn. Shush. This log is not burning. That's crazy. It's small. What are you barking at? Look, girl, what are you barking at? What are you barking at? Hey, nothing. You barking. This wood is really not cooperating right now. Really not cooperating. Hmm. So it's been since realistically 2015 was the last one. Trying to remember what happened in 2015. That we had wasn't 2015. That was a year we actually had a bunch of tornadoes. Wasn't that like didn't wasn't that was it Moore, Oklahoma, Joplin? That was a year of those. I thought. I could be wrong. I don't know. Guy driving by. Hey, how you doing? Boop, boop. I waved at him. They're like, he's up late. Neighbors. God only knows what they're doing. I don't. And my fire is just not cooperating with me. I don't know what that log is. That must be it's oak. It's just not burning. Oh, Joplin was in 2011. Okay, I couldn't remember. I vaguely remember. I thought there was big tornadoes in 2015. I don't remember for some reason. Something happened. I'm sure. Shush. You be quiet. There is nothing out there for you to even be barking at or even growling at. Miss, Missy, er, er. I know you're trying to save me, but there's no reason to. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. See, and I find that kind of interesting, actually, Rich, because if you remember, so if you go back to 2015 was the last super El Nino. What happened like 4 years prior? Didn't we have like massive tornadoes, amount of tornadoes and stuff like that? So it's the repeat. So if you look back to then, you can go, oh yeah, this is what we can expect, and we really can expect it and see yeah, it weather is very cyclical. You can look back and get an idea of what's going on. And I've been saying this for a long time is you can look back 15, 20 years to, to a day and go, okay, this is what it did back then. Are we in the same pattern? And look at the weather patterns from year to year. And you go, yep, this is what it is. And here we are. Um, and so, you can get a pretty good idea. And we're right on that record. Wow, that got bright. Wow. Hi, guy. Hey. Um, so you can look back and it really does correlate for what happened back then to right now. This year's a very slow year. It's going to be a slow year. Um, but yet it only takes one big one. And yeah, I think it would be very interesting. I, I, I would be very interested in knowing how many, say, how many EF3s we've had compared to EF4s compared to EF2s. EF1s, they're a dime a dozen. How many EF2s have we had this year? How many EF3s? And I guarantee you, there ain't been that many EF4s. Um, and if there have been, I certainly have not seen them. I think this year is the year of the EF2, EF3. You know, and no, they're not. You really got to go back. Uh, you almost got to go like 20 years to really get a good idea. But you can only go back to the 50s, 40s, and 50s maybe at best. Um, um, and so you don't really have whole lot to play with on that because the records just really don't capture it. So it's kind of hard, even with all of the data and all of the technology we have, they just didn't keep records of it. It was funny when we were coming back out of Oklahoma from being in Wakita. We were driving along, and I was like, you know, I want to know how what did the Native Americans do in the plains when it was tornado season? How did they handle it? You know, um, before the white man came, how did the Native Americans, what did they do during a tornado? you know, did they run? Did they just not go to those areas? Did they have their summer places out? Did they recognize, this is tornado season and they planned for it? Those are those are questions that I think would be very, very interesting um, to play around with to see what's going on. Casey, come here. Get away from your tail is like literally right in that fire. Look out, but they do. They don't right there. No. Casey, over here. Get over here. Okay, good boy. Good boy. You're off the fire, baby. I know. Your tail was in the fire. Sort of. Yeah. Um, but yeah, I think it would be I think it would be amazing. yeah. Yeah, it just would be I think it would just be crazy to find out. Yeah, I mean, they got. I'm sure they had their safe place. I mean, even they had their safe places. But how did they know? How did they plan for that? Was there their towns or their I can't remember what they. their little villages. Were they out and they had a place to? Did they actually live by a cave? Are there caves actually out in that area? You know, Casey, you're moving my camera, bud. Get over here. Get over here. Lay down. Good boy. Good boy. And just a fun little question that I think would be very, very interesting. Yeah, and I agree. That is probably what they went off of. Yeah, Rich, I think you're onto something there. I think you're onto something there. Holy moly! Hey, it got down to it's 67 degrees here. 113. Tammy must have went to bed. I don't blame her. And I don't even know who would you go to, I mean, who would you go to ask that question? I mean, go to the go to the tribal nations and talk to their weather people? I don't know. Be interesting. That's just a weird, fun little thought that crawled through my head as I was driving home for the 6 hours. Because they had tornadoes 100 years ago. They had tornadoes, way back when. And I'm sure that they did. I'm sure they watched the animals. The birds definitely will tell the story. And but did they get there in time? Apparently they did. But what did they do? What was their um, readiness? You know, did they have somebody that was on weather guard? you know, hey, it's gonna rain, guys. Need to get in. I mean, I know they knew the seasons, and I know they knew when spring was and planting season and this and that. But how did they plan for tornadoes? And it kind of blows my mind thinking about 100 years ago. What did they do? Yep, you're still here. There's a lot of facets to weather that is still, I think, boggle the minds of man. Oh, definitely. You can the how for instance, uh, look. I used to when I was in Wyoming, I could tell you what the winter was going to be like by the color of their fur in the fall. You could tell. If it was really light, chances are we're going to have a very hard winter. Um, our dog Shadow, he was a hybrid husky malamute hybrid quarter wolf, and his fur, if it was going to be cold that year, he was snowball white. But the very time he started getting a little red on his back, wasn't going to be so cold. Wasn't going to be so snowy. Yeah, that tells the story too. Did they study the buffalo? Did they because buffalo's fur is different, obviously from summer to winter, and they start getting fuzzy. How did how did they how did they prepare for it? What, I'm sure animals and that were a large key player in all of that. Yeah. Oh, she's already done that, Rich. Watch this. Let's see what other craziness we can come up with. Hmm. See, that's interesting. That is quite fascinating, Mama G. That is that is actually pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, you can look at a dog and go, oh yeah, you getting more fur, you know, than normal. Because dog, I know like my dogs will get, another layer in there. God, he had 3 layers, and man alive, we used, of course we get 15, 20 below zeros, and he loved that outside. And I remember one time we to get him groomed. He was in there, I want to say 2.5 hours. They had, guys, they had enough fur come out of him, was filled a 55-gallon bag of fur. And they defurred him. And they didn't get it all by any stretch. That was hilarious. They like, man, we've never had this before. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. But yeah, watch the animals. Watch the bugs. Bugs will tell you a whole lot. Beetles. And if you've noticed, have you noticed something about this year? I've noticed it. We don't have the cicadas like we remember last year. You couldn't hear through the cicadas. We don't have the cicadas this year. So we're in a 7-year cycle because they come out, they hatch every 7 years, whatever their cycle is. Yeah, we have nine 4 hours. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Really? Yeah, we'll go a little bit longer. Yeah, trees will tell you. You know, especially pine trees will definitely tell you. Um, your this will sort of tell you. You can tell by how much they're growing, how much rain and that, by how big their leaves are. It's funny because when I lived in Kentucky, I don't see it so much here as I did in Kentucky, but the leaves in Kentucky when it was going to rain, like the day before it was going to rain, the leaves actually would turn upside down. And I was like, "Yep, it's going to rain. It's going to rain tomorrow." And they're like, "How do you know that?" I tell them, look at the trees. Trees will tell you. There are certain trees that actually they turn their leaves a certain direction, and it's like they know which way the wind's coming. They know which way the rain's coming. It's kind of wild. But yeah, yeah. You can also tell how tight a pine cone is when they're green, and as they're starting to mature. Look at how big the pine cones are. That's another thing. If they're really super super tight, um, yeah, it's not going to be good. And then as it rains, they tend to open up, and, and that. What? No one's shadow. I don't understand that. But yeah, nature will definitely talk to you. Wind, the wind will talk to you. Um, if you listen hard enough, it'll tell you what's going on. It's going to be a good day, or is it going to be a weird day? Clouds will definitely tell you what's going on. You can look at a cloud and yep, it's not going to do anything. Come on, get up. Come on, get up here. Oh, 8 hour. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 8 hour. Yeah. He was in there a long time. I remember that was so funny though. They'd never. I remember they'd never had a dog in there that long. They were they were on a shift. But yeah. Hmm. Yeah, we've been going about 4 hours.
When they checked shadow in, it was all day.
It wasn't 8 hours. Wow. I couldn't remember. I knew he was in there a long time. I knew they were. Wow. I know they were.
Because we took him in at 8
Yeah.
in the morning. We didn't get him out till 5.
Yeah. It was. Wow. All righty, Mama G. Thanks for hanging out with us.
5 dogs.
Yeah. That's crazy. What?
They said they firm covered 5 dogs.
5 different dogs. Yeah, he had enough fur on him for 5 dogs. 8 hours it took him to de-shed him. Alrighty, Mama G. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Yeah, we're about to wrap this thing up. I'll let it go probably another half hour or so. Get some sleep. See what happens. Guys, I really appreciate everybody being here tonight. I know we haven't had a lot of folks, but it's been fun. Talked a lot about weather and how to chase and what to do, what not to do. Some aggravations that's been going on in the chasing world. Thoughts and prayers go out to those veterans who sacrificed their all for this great nation of ours as we prepare to celebrate for 250th birthday. And I really hope that everybody has a happy 4th of July, a safe and sane, happy 4th of July. Not sure what we're going to do. We probably go find somewhere and watch some fireworks somewhere. Um, be expecting a lot of fireworks this year. 250 years is nothing to sneeze at. Um, yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, we'll be wrapping up in probably about 30 minutes. I got to let this fire burn down a little bit. I'm not going to put no more on it. I got to get some rest. Yeah, I remember the bicentennial as well. Man, that was something. Even that was crazy. I remember fireworks all over the place. And that was a big deal. Yeah, 50 years ago. Sure enough, I was let's see, 50. I would have been 11. 50 years ago. Yep. Yeah, I don't know where we're going to end up. We're going to end up somewhere. We'll probably go back out to the lake, watch their fireworks. I don't know. I do not know. We haven't even thought about it yet. I know if I do any more between Probably latter part of June if I do any. We're going to be hearing fireworks. Uh, yeah. Oh yeah, the license plate. I remember the bicentennial quarter that came out. Golly, how rare are those nowadays? Every now and then I pick up a bicentennial quarter and I'll tuck it away. I got several of them. That was pretty cool. But I really expect this year there's going to be some amazing fireworks displays around. And it being on a weekend, it's just going to be crazy, crazy, craziness. Yeah, I think we're gonna end the stream probably around 2 o'clock ish my time. 30 minutes, another 30 minutes. Ain't got but 4 people in here. We've got 23 likes. Woohoo! Keep it up. Smash that like button. Hit that subscribe button and get it. Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't really care at this point. But it's all kinds of fun. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Da-da-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, baby. Dingy. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, thank you, Rich, for posting that. Gives everybody something to look at. Appreciate that a whole lot. Yeah, that happens. That happens. That surely happens. Casey's probably looks like it's getting cold. Scratch it, Casey. Scratch it. Get that itch. Casey over there on the left hand of the screen there. Lay down over here. Come on, lay down. Oh boy. Yeah, go boy. Yep. Yeah, I'm just letting this thing burn out a little bit. Might as well sit out here and watch it. Might as well live stream it. We've been going for about 4 hours, which is about average. Started a little bit later just because I knew there were some chasers out there. And of course, I had to mod for one of them. We got some pretty good structure. It's kind of cool. Anyway, Rich, where are you hanging? Where are you at tonight? Are you out on the road, or where are you camping out? Yeah, I mean June might be a hot month. Could be crazy. I don't know. I just for some reason I'm not sensing June, first part of June here in at least here in Arkansas. I don't see a whole lot happening. Um, might I might be wrong. Ah, all right, cool. Glad you had a safe trip. Not too many rascals out there. Oh, I'm getting my bar light installed next weekend. Hopefully, man. I put that on a battery tonight or today. Holy crap! That thing is. I'm gonna light the world up. I cannot wait. That thing is bright. It's like 10,000 lumens. It's way more than that. God. It's more like about 30,000. Thing's bright. It's bright enough that it's got a spot. It's got two spotlights on it. I can run. I can run solid white. I can run solid yellow, alternating white and yellow. Um there's some. It's they got a. It's I can run solid white and yellow, or I can alternate white and yellow, um, or you know I think that's all there is. I think there's only the five settings, and it's got a little switch on it that I can mount up in the car when I need it. So it's a big, heavy thing. Let me tell you, I've got to rig up a wind guard coming off my rack or my bar up on the roof so that it cuts the wind down, the wind noise. There you go. That would be interesting. I I find it very interesting to look back and because it really does give you an idea of what we can expect. You know, obviously this is an anomalous year, but at the same time we've got this super El Nino coming in. We haven't seen very many of them, and it, it's it in its own right. It is a very historical year simply because of that. And you can, just by being able to look back at the different states or the different areas, from Tornado Alley to Dixie Alley to the plains to the high plains to Midwest, it really does give you an idea. And I think that when the upper mid plains up north, you know, above, Iowa and Illinois and Ohio and Michigan and Wisconsin and all of that, this year kind of set the tone for what was coming because there again, Arkansas didn't have anything. Oklahoma really hasn't had anything. Texas hasn't had anything. So there's, the shift. You could actually see it, you know, uh, from January to now, and it's very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. It's kind of cool, being a historical year weather-wise. I mean, people don't look at that and they don't think about it, but yeah, it is. Um, will we ever see another super El Nino? Yeah, probably. Another 10 years from now, maybe. Who knows? Only time will tell. I'll let you know in 10 years if I'm still here on this planet. Hopefully, I may not 10 years, but you never know. My little stroller and we'll get out of, or my little scooter and we'll go chase storms in a scooter then. But, yep, just never know. I'll be that old man out there with his walker out there standing, hanging onto a walker, watching a lightning strike. And that would be me. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just the thing is, you just never hear about it. I don't know. I guess you just they don't advertise it or they don't talk about it. That's what I don't understand. I mean, if they happen more often, why are they not talking about it? Because I really honestly don't ever remember hearing of a super El Nino. I've heard of El Ninos, but a super El Nino, that just sounds like, oh my God, how do I make a thumbnail about that without it being, you know, ridiculed? You know, what is super El Nino? What does it mean for you? I mean, do they happen every 5 years? Are they every 10 years? Are they do they every other year? You know, I don't know. But it seems like about every, what is it? I want to say every 2 to 3 years we have an El Nino year. Whether they're strong or not, probably not. It seems like La Ninas always are predominant. So it'd be, you know, kind of it's interesting stuff. Very interesting. Yep, yep, yep. 133. Uh-oh. Did my phone just get hot? Oh yeah. Phone's hot. All right, we're back. Whew. Thought I'd lost the stream there for a minute. Hang on, baby. Only got 20 minutes. The phone is hot. Yes, it is very hot. Um, phone's getting hot. So if I lose the stream, yeah, it'll probably be the end of the stream. Next time it blinks out, it's getting warm. Um, I could probably hang on just a second. Oh yeah, I can unplug it. That might be why. Oop, come on. There we go. I got 73% on the phone. We're good. We're good. I got it hooked up to the brick. That might be why it was getting warm too. Yeah, that's why I buffered was the phone was getting hot. It's telling me, yep. Hmm. Really? 1970. Interesting. So 1970, hmm, that'd be 56 years. That's wild. So let me ask this: when is this Super El Nino supposed to kick in, and do they know how long it's going to last? That's the question. Is it going to last through the winter? Is it going to last through, say, July? How long does it last? That's a good question. Good question. Guys, we've got about 19 minutes and I'm going to end the stream. I'm just letting this fire kind of burn down a little bit before I scatter it out. Got any questions for Rich about El Nino? Please feel free to ask them. He'll be glad to answer them because he has done a lot of research on this. I think it's very fascinating stuff what he has done, and I support it wholeheartedly. Fun stuff. Yep. Mm. Yeah, boy, if it kicks in the fall, Katie bar the door, I'm telling you. It's going to be weird. It's going to be weird. Maybe this will be the year the aliens show themselves. What do you think? Since they're allowing all of these alien photos to be, disclosed and all of that. I think that's hilarious. I think we're gonna see aliens appear out of nowhere. Oof, wouldn't that be crazy, man? That'll be a crazy because if it goes into deep into 2027, that means we're going to be looking at we could possibly be seeing mass amounts of snow like in the northern tier states. We could see, like what they saw back in the 40s and 50s, 15, 20 foot snow, you know. That's what I'm looking at. I'm like, oh, because that would be interesting because what was because back in, was it 19, I want to say it was 1949. I think it was back in 1949 in the state of Wyoming. I know they had like 15 foot of snow on the ground because they've actually got pictures of the snow that are just like below the power poles, um, and they were actually uh, digging cows out that were actually frozen in place. I mean, they literally froze to death on the fence line, but they were digging them out, and they were digging a road out, and the road itself was like 15 buried under 15 foot of snow. That would be crazy. Yeah, yeah. Um, could you imagine? Can you imagine being in the South and getting over 4 foot of snow? we would be we would be stopped for months. This place would literally shut down. I mean, we get a foot of snow on it, pretty much shuts down. Can you imagine what 4 foot of snow would do? 2 foot? Well, we've had 18 inches. But can you imagine what 3 or 4 foot of snow in the state of Arkansas and Mississippi and Georgia and Alabama, all the way across? Could you imagine Dixie Alley being in 4 foot of snow? uh, Talk about, and I'm talking down as far as Louisiana. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Oh, that's so scary. that would be that would be something. That would be crazy. Got to draw the line somewhere. I don't mind driving in about 2 foot of snow. I've been in 3 and 4 foot. It ain't no fun. Yeah, that's scary. Dude. I would be staying inside. You're talking, you're talking massive, massive devastation. These southern states are not set up for a lot of snow. You get at 2 foot of snow down here, trees are going down, houses are going to have their roofs collapse, uh, the infrastructure is destroyed, electric's going to be out for weeks. Um, and that's worst case scenario type stuff. Can you imagine? Whew. Seen it happen. It's crazy. Yeah, that's reality. If this thing kicks in and does what it says it's going to do, that is not out of the realm of that possibility. It's on the table, and I'm not sure people are really looking at that, or they're hyper focused on right now. I would be prepared for it. I really would. I may be way wrong. I may be just talking out of my ass right now. But if this thing is as bad and big as it's geared up to be, who knows? Who knows? But yeah, that's worst case scenario. I mean, it more than likely ain't gonna happen, folks. It's I'm just talking, but can you imagine? Imagine that. How much snow was there in 2011? Because we've been here since 2015, and we have seen I have seen 18 and this place shut down. And also on top of that, it may not be snow. It could be there could be ice storms. That to me is worst case scenario. Would be an ice storm. We dodged a big bullet last year with the ice storms. Unfortunately, Mississippi and Tennessee took the hit there, but you know, it's not all snow. We're talking major ice storms. Yeah, it'd be bad. Yeah, 2011. I'm trying to remember where I was at in 2011. Oh, I was I was actually in Wyoming that year. And yeah, the ice storms. I think I'd be more leery of the ice storm than I really would snow. Snow is manageable. Ice is a no. Ice is not going to be where it's at. Ice storms are scary. I've been through quite a few of them. Little girl, you're trying to tell me it's time for bed. It's almost. We got about 10 minutes, folks. I'm just letting this fire die down before I knock it out. Got about 10 minutes. And we're going to let it go. 28. Yeah, we moved here in 2018. Yep. Sure enough. Shows enough. Holly's passed out in the lab. Little girl. Now, I'm not going to do a chicken dance on the stream tonight. I'm telling you what, I can't see past my nose. It is so dark out here. I mean, I tripped over one of my dogs just because I couldn't see him. No chicken dances tonight. Yeah, because I remember when we moved here in 18. That was our first. We had our first tornado warning. I mean, like literally in June. In June was our first tornado warning here, and I was like, "Oh, we got to make a game plan, folks." We prepared for it and that. And oh, next stream, yeah, maybe. If I do it during the daytime, I gotta do a daytime stream. Realistically, I need to do a daytime fireside chat. This one was kind of late just because there was other streamers out there, and they were on this the one and only storm of the day, and I was actually modding over there. But I had contemplated on doing a fireside, and Tammy says, "Yeah, you need to do one. You haven't done one for a while." The boy said, "Yeah, you need to do one. You haven't done one for a while." I said, "Oh, okay." So I threw it together. You know, firesides are pretty easy to throw together. Um, I'd make a real Had to make a thumbnail real quick and call it what it is. Very low key, super easy. But yeah, we'll Rich, we'll get together sometime and we'll go over Super El Nino and get some notes drawn up and that, and I'll do a I'll do a stream on Super El Nino. What are its causes and effects, and what makes it super, other than you know the obvious. What makes it really? We'll dive deep into it and do a deep dive and explanation stuff and see what we can come up with. And I think that'd be I think that'd be pretty cool. Oklahoma City. Yeah, it gets crazy. Guys, got about 6 minutes. I'm gonna start shutting her down just a little bit. Thank you to my mods for showing up today. Thank you for all the little donations. I mean, the little gifts, guys. I want to explain that, and then I'll start throwing the shutting this thing down. Guys, if you're not familiar with the little gift thing down at the bottom of your screen, that jewel thing, what that is actually taken the replaced the super sticker. Remember, you used to be able to do a super sticker and they would show up for like $1 or whatever. Well, that's what that is taking the place of. So you still got to buy the jewels, and it costs you X amount of money to buy a jewel, and it takes X amount of jewels to throw one of those gifts out there. Um, they just rolled that out. I was actually doing a YouTube thing where they were introducing that. They're now you can actually, if you're on your computer, you can stream horizontally and vertically at the same time, which I have a few times. But that's what the jewel thing is all about. They replaced the super sticker with the jewel and that. So that's just another way to give a gift, if you will. But I appreciate everybody that we got 133 jewels tonight. Thank you so much for everybody that donated. Not sure quite what that means in you know, what that means, but um, thank you to Elaine for being a member for 15 months. Really appreciate that. Mr. Twister donated 200, actually donated 256 jewels, which translates to me 133. I'm not sure I don't know how they do it. Um, but anyways, I appreciate everybody for being here tonight, uh, tuning in and just really hanging out. Um, it's been fun. Been able to talk about chasing and all of that great stuff. Again, thank you to my moderators um, for hanging out. Thanks to everybody that showed up. I mean, we didn't ever have a lot of folks, but you know what? That's not what it's all about. Just being able to get together and talk about weather. We can talk about whatever. Guys, if you got anything that you want to talk about, jump in the chat. We can talk about food. We can talk about whatever you want. I don't really care. I like talking about weather um, and all of that. About 3 minutes, but yeah, big, not a big stream, but it was glad. I'm glad I did it. Um, haven't done one for a while. We'll be doing some more as time goes on. Uh, Definitely do one about Super El Nino. Kind of do that, and I'm gonna try. I'll have to be on my computer for that because I'm sure I'll have lots of graphs, and we can sit and talk about that, which would be an indoor stream. Um, and that I'm not seeing a bunch of chasing, but you never know. Be always on the lookout for a chase stream going into these months ahead. Uh, be ready for us to be going to. We're gearing up to go to Pennsylvania in July, so we'll kind of be uh, gearing up for that, saving money, getting things done for that. Um, Man, you guys have a great night, and you on the next one. I'm going to let this go for a couple more minutes because I like to stop things right on the dot if I can. See how well I do. We've been going for about 4.5, almost 5 hours. Um, so I think it's time. Fire's about out. It's all good. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Rich. Just let me know, when you want to sit down and talk about it and get some time together, and we'll get it squared away. Be cool. Be cool. All right. All right. Got about 30 seconds, folks, and then I'm going to turn this thing off. Guys, I really appreciate everybody being here. Thank you for all your support for the channel. Thank you so much. Nice. I hope so because I've got a vacation coming up in June, and I would love nothing better than being out in June and chasing some storms on my vacation. Alrighty, guys. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. I do have to be at work at 10, so I might get a couple hours of sleep. Guys, I really do appreciate you being here. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Very low key, but we had a lot of fun. Um, very very fun stuff. We learned a lot of things, and we had a great fire. Thank you to my son for helping both sons actually, because we've had this fire going for like all day. Thank you to Ryan for helping out earlier before he went to bed and keeping it going for me. Thank you to my wife for being in the chat, and she's a huge fan, supporter of what I do. And this was actually her idea, so here we are. Another one in the books. Um, Thank you to just everybody being here. I'm very thankful for what you guys do and keep supporting this crazy old man who loves to chase storms. Alrighty, folks, we will catch you on the next one. Take care. Have a great, safe Memorial Day, please. All right, take care.